Hello everybody, welcome in. We're going to be looking at the Ault report today. We're gonna figure out what the Navy did wrong after Vietnam. So, Robin Olds was explaining Bolo. Oh, Robin Olds. Yes. Hello. Oh yeah, everything was normal, nothing would be fun. Robin Olds explaining how Operation Bolo works. Exactly. Exactly. Hello, Unreal Draggy, welcome in. Yeah, so today we are going to start looking at this because I need to do this, and also I need to do more research because somebody came back on the first video, on the Phantom video, and they just listed a bunch of minus points for not talking about details that haven't happened yet. They were like, oh yeah, one of the big reasons that there were issues is because different missiles, and instead of just this half-baked IFF system engagement. I'm like, dude, the reason I didn't talk about everything in depth is because I'm not there yet. That happened next year. We're not there yet. I'm just like, so that actually is, I'm kind of impressed that that got under my skin. I might need to look into that, but yeah, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna read through it. We're gonna review it. A little angrier than normal. And then we're gonna go pick a video game, The Time Traveler in the Future, making sure you cover the details. Good Lord. But then after that, because that happened and I feel slightly agitated, so that means something in a video game needs to die. So we're going to vote on what video game we're going to, that means we're going to vote on the video game that comes afterwards. And, okay, Buckshot asks, quick question, what were the Wild Weasel missions? So the Wild Weasel missions, originally referred to as Iron Hand, were missions to suppress enemy surface-to-air missile batteries. So this is when they would go out and they would seek out and basically get the attention of surface-to-air missile batteries and surface-to-air anti-aircraft emplacements, and they would go out and they would strike at them and destroy them. And so the Wild Weasel missions, and that eventually evolved into a more full-fledged, yeah, exactly. Pretty much the Wild Weasel mission was, you see that SAM site? I don't want to, get rid of it. So they would go out and they would use anti-radiation missiles like the AGM-45 Shrike and a couple of other things, and they would basically seek out these SAM sites and they would put them in the ground. And, yes, there's a mission in Ace Combat 7 that is basically a Wild Weasel Force Recon. Ah, okay, yep. Pretty much. That sounds like it'll be interesting. We'll be doing Ace Combat 7 at some point this year. I actually have a day in mind, I'm just not going to say what it is. So, we're going to get ready, and we're just going to take a look through the report of the Air-to-Air Missile System Capability Review, better known as the Ault report of 1968. Now, as I understand it, also has my favorite acronym of YGT-BSM, or you gotta be shitting me, in response, first response to what a Wild Weasel mission was. Huh. So, where was my brain? Is that the one where you gotta stay below the clouds and get smited by a million missiles? I have no idea. Let's, don't tell me too much. I want to play that game with minimal spoilers. Add them to War Thunder so planes can take out vehicles like the Panzer and the Tor. Oh, yeah. Yep. Anti-radiation missiles. So, the Ault report was basically the Navy taking a look at their performance and their dogfighting in the Second World... not the Second World War, good lord. Yeah, the Phantom was definitely in World War II. Jesus. But so their missiles weren't doing as expected, their pilots weren't doing as expected, the Phantom as a whole wasn't doing as expected, and so they just took a look at everything and they were like, alright, what's going on? This stuff isn't working the way it's supposed to. What's going on here? And so they put together this report, and we're gonna read through it. Turn to the Technical Library Division, Naval Air Systems Command. Okay, never mind. Alright, so let's see. Remember when Rainbow Dash knocked out a MiG-21 over Hanoi? Alright, so we've got the abstract implementing message. I don't know what that is. Approach methodology, summary report, general findings, industry, fleet support, squadron shipboard, airborne, rework, overview, major conclusions and recommendations, funding estimates, proposed action matrix. Okay, that's probably just going to be a bunch of excess stuff that I'm not going to look at too much. FMS AEG support of air-to-air missile system support requirements? No idea. We'll figure it out. All right, here's the abstract. Oh, I'm going to get to this in a bit because there was something there was very interesting. Almost 600 air-to-air missiles have been fired by Navy and Air Force pilots in about 360 hostile engagements in Southeast Asia between 17 June 1965 and 17 September 1968, which was the date of the last hostile engagement at that time. Performance in combat indicates a probability of achieving about 1 kill for every 10 firing attempts, so 10% kill chance in any engagement where air-to-air missiles are employed in an environment similar to that in Southeast Asia. And that's important to note because if they just say employed, that disqualifies the environmental factors that came into play. Pursuant to Chief of Naval Operations message DTG as of July of 1968, during the period 8 August to 8 November 1968, a 5-member review team directed by Captain Frank W. Ault, hence the name of the report, Naval Air Systems Command, and others, conducted an in-depth review of the entire process by which the Navy's air-to-air missile systems were acquired and employed in order to identify those areas where improvements can and should be made. Here's the interesting thing. They reviewed the F-8H and J, the F-8 Crusader. They reviewed the F-4B, naturally. Here's the neat thing. The F-4J. I could not find any information that stated anything other that stated the F-4J was present in the Vietnam theater at any time other than 1972. The fact that it didn't receive any significant mention, I was kind of looking through this report and I couldn't really find it. The thing that makes me think, okay, well, first of all, that means this thing was in. That means this thing was the F-4J was in service by 1968. And there's like nowhere else I can find that mentions that, which is really interesting. So that's going to be included in the next video because that's kind of important. It's probably early to late 68. Let's see. AIM-7D. So, of course, they were also looking at the AIM-7D, but here's the weird thing. The AIM-7E2 dogfight versions and the AIM-7Fs were also researched by this point, which means they were in service in 1968 and not afterwards. That's weird. F-4J entered service but was wearing a Clark Kent disguise. Missiles in Nam had a worse function rate than the Mark 14 torpedo, just to show how bad it was. Yes, I have it written down somewhere. I think the success rate of the Sparrows was something like 7%, or is something like 7%. The AIM-4 Falcons were sitting at 9, and the Sidewinders were stuck with about 12. J Phantom Service was in service with the United States Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. According to, or if you just copied the AI is kind of bullshit, because the F-4J wasn't actually, okay, so I do know the first flight date. The first flight date was, of the F-4J, was about 1966. So that first date is definitely not accurate. Was used by the UK from 1984 to 1991. I have seen some dates suggesting that the F-4 Phantom was acquired by the British as early as 1964. I'm going to be triple checking that for what's probably going to be part 4, maybe part 5 at this rate, depending on how much time it takes for me to cover the Ault report and everything else. But honestly, it feels like at this point, I'm probably going to be spending a whole video just covering 1968 and 68 and 69. Nice. But yes, missiles. So here's the thing. This missile only investigates the AIM-9s. That means the AIM-4 Falcon isn't covered, and I'm wondering if it's because and the AIM-4 Falcon being mentioned was one of the big things on that comment on the video that got under my skin a little. And it was because the AIM-4 Falcon is rarely talked about. And I'm starting to think maybe the reason it's not here is because that was the Air Force's missile and the Sidewinder was the Navy's missile. And so the Sidewinder wasn't standardized across branches until throughout the war. They also mentioned something about, that comment also mentioned something about Sidewinders not being allowed for use until 1969. Which is just, okay. So there's a blank spot. There's a blind spot in my knowledge bank that needs to be checked out there. The first flight of the F4 or the F4J? Because the variants flew at different times. But yes. Let's see. It mentions the F4J? Huh. Interesting. It's possible. But there was, from what I'm seeing just from the F4D and the F4E, there is a major several-year lag point between when they brought in the F4... Actually, you want to know what I'm willing to bet? I'm willing to bet the F4J entered combat about, like, probably a few months earlier than the F4E. And the reason I say that is because the F4J and the F4E have a lot of the same upgrades. They both have the slotted tailplanes, the improved leading edge flaps, the improved engines. They all have those improvements. Those improvements were introduced on the F4E as well, and the F4E was brought in late '68. If they put them on the F4J first, which I suspect is probably the case, that means the F4J was probably brought in early 1968. Early to mid, is my guess, is when it actually entered Vietnam theater. But there's been a consistent several-year lag delay between when the F4 was tested, first flew, and when it actually was brought into service in theater. And it's fairly noticeable when you, like, dig through the data. So that's something that I've noticed and has been really unusual. So there's that. There's the Sidewinder question. Let's see. In assessing performance to date and exploring new ways and means of affecting future performance improvements, the review addressed air-to-air missile systems in each of 5 discrete stages of life cycles, ranging from original design and manufacture through repair and rework. Review objectives were pursued by the address of 5 basic questions, each keyed to a specific area of industry. Cursory look online, but it seems the F4J was in Nam in December of 1908 with VF-33 on the USS America. Okay. So that's the first recorded date. And that would make sense. Huh. Okay. So that's definitely, it's December 1968, but since this report was filed in November, basically concluded in November, and started on the 8th of August, wait, now hold up. This thing was started when? July. That means it had to have been in service before then. So that means the F4J was in operational theater. Could have been a reserve aircraft, hence why little action was seen by it. I don't see why they would put the, why they would keep the most advanced version of the airframe out of an active war zone. Usually the older airframes are given to the U.S. reserves, and the bigger aircraft, or the better aircraft, are fielded forwards. Testing? Well, yeah, it was probably in testing with all of its upgrades up until that point, but I don't know. If it was included in this report, that means it had to have been in service prior to that point. And that's why I'm saying it was in before July. So, let's see. So, the 5 questions were, is the industry delivering to the Navy a high-quality product designed and built to specifications? So first, they got to question the industry. Are the fleet support organization delivering a high-quality product to the CVAs and the forward area sites ashore? Do shipboard and squadron organizations afloat and ashore launch an optimally ready combat aircraft missile system? Does the combat aircrew fully understand and exploit the capabilities of the aircraft missile system? Corollary question, is the aircraft missile system properly designed and configured for the air-to-air mission? That's probably, the better thing. That hindsight's 2020. That was the big deal there. Is the air-to-air missile system, aircraft fire control system, missile repair and rework program returning a high-quality product to the fleet? I think that also turned to be an issue. The review indicates that numerous design, procedure, and organizational changes can and should be made. Some are immediately feasible and subject to early implementation. Others require time phasing or require resolution of certain policy, economic, technical, and/or operational considerations. In all cases, vigorous follow-up and follow-through will be required if requisite improvements to current capabilities are to be realized. Okay. Cool. Oh, that was confidential. I'm gonna not read that. Let's see. Section 3, Approach and Methodology. Since the commencement of hostilities in Vietnam in 1965, both the Navy and Air Force have conducted several evaluations of air-to-air missile performance in combat operations. Despite a plethora of recommendations directed to improvements in performance, with reserve units testing it out because the ones in use were still doing work. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's possible. Despite a plethora of recommendations directed to improvements in performance, a number of which consistently recur in consecutive reports, combat kills per numbers of missiles expended remain below or expected or desired levels. Actually, wait a minute. The F4Js analyzed in this report could not have been in a reserve unit because it is specifically analyzing the effect within the Vietnam theater. So the F4J, it could have been in service in reserve units before being deployed to Vietnam, but I'm specifically focused on when it got to Vietnam. Random historical fact, Paris Peace Conference of World War I opened in Versailles on this day in 1919. Huh. Interesting. Let's see, test and evaluation. Previous reviews evaluation generally been limited to examination of discrete areas of interest. None of these addressed all those areas. None of these addressed concurrently the aircraft missile fire control missile system across the complete spectrum of design, acquisition, operational, and logistic processes or procedures, which determine its characteristics and/or influence its performance. Additionally, this review was undertaken with two basic premises firmly in the forefront. There was a need to examine concurrently this complete spectrum of influences on weapon system characteristics and performance in order to identify those primarily reflected in combat results, focused on how this actually went, while assessing the need for and practicability of changes/modifications. Improvement in the combat capabilities demonstrated to date. We reading nerd stuff in here? Yes, Embertail. We are reading the Ault report of 1968. We are going through and learning exactly what it is that the U.S. Navy realized they were messing up in Vietnam. Super nerd stuff. We are going all the way into the wormhole. We are going balls deep. Let's see. Combat results. Now, the largest VOD units in World War II were used. Oh, okay. Interest. Oh, okay. I don't actually know what the largest VOD units were. I'm going to need an elaboration on that one. Let's see. More practicability, changes and modifications. Improvement in the combat capabilities demonstrated to date manifestly could not be achieved merely by doing better, those things now being done. The need for new approaches and innovations appeared self-evident, considering the continuing inability to achieve desired results, the attempted implementation or recurring recommendations. Small-scale test units, they were also used for tactical and direct ground support. Okay. So let's see. Oh, this is a part that I was actually really interested in seeing. Training, readiness, doctrine, human engineering. Human factors is a thing. They actually looked at human factors in 1968. Let's go. Sorry, master's degree just came out to play. Let's see. The next step involved in the selection of 5 task leaders to coordinate and direct the review effort in each of the major areas of enclosure. The following were selected on the basis of reputation as well as qualification in the particular. Okay, so these are their team members. Let me see. You know, I kind of want to just skip to the results and see what it is that, skip to the results and we can go back and ask questions later. That's usually how I do things, is I go and find the answers. A true unicorn, competent government officials. Yeah, no. This is the way I usually do things. I figure out the answers, and then I'm like, wait a minute, how did they get the answers? And I backtrack, and I always follow a question-driven learning process. You start with what you want to know, you get the answers to that, and then you ask more questions. And I find that helps a lot. It seems backwards, but like, It's like trying to read a book. It's like skipping to the end of the book and then reading backwards through the chapters. Like, oh, when did this happen? It's gonna be weird. Let's see. General findings start on page 17. Where's page 17? This is very, very well numbered. Oh, there they are. They're currently stuck under the unclassified sticker. Lovely. All right, this is just classifying all of their areas of interest, all of what they're doing. Oh, here we go. General findings. Booyah. There was always a hope in undertaking a review of this nature that there will be uncovered a few major discrepancies so crucial to systems performance that there is little question that corrective action will achieve at once a readily measurable quantum improvement in performance and capabilities. Such was not to be the case, however, and as the review proceeded, it became clear that the road to improvement lay through a virtual jungle of problems, some readily and easily solvable, others requiring more funds, more time, greater effort, and sustained perseverance and follow-through. Welcome into S3. We're looking at the Ault report. Learning from the Navy's mistakes. In subparagraph B, which follows, conclusions and recommendations are subdivided into major functional categories. As a preface to that presentation, the following overview of the findings in each of the areas that review activity should provide a better appreciation of the magnitude and scope of the coordinated program which the Navy must prosecute if desired improvements in the current combat capabilities of air-to-air missile systems are to be realized. Good Lord, they cannot fit a comma in there to save their life. Huh! Alrighty. Industry. You can hear my inhalation because things are about to get serious. One of the basic tenets of present-day contracting philosophy is that fixed price types of development contracts result in savings to the government as compared to cost-plus types. Cap is a real War Thunder player now, leaking documents and all. Nah, this has been unclassified for years. Let's see. Despite bonus and penalty clauses and other contractual provisions, history shows that a development program generally costs the government whatever the costs actually are, if not in dollars, as is usually the case, then in time or in the quality of the final product. Since analyses are seldom made of the additional fiscal outlay required of the government to correct the maintainability and reliability problems created by a fixed-price development effort, the fixed-price contract retains its preferred status. Unquestionably, contracting philosophy is a prime factor in the present performance of the Navy's air-to-air missiles and their associated aircraft missile control systems. Yes. So, background. They grow up so fast. Shut up, R2. Hello, Frederick. Welcome in. To be fair, I think we got a lot more out of pulling out of Nam than if we had stayed. Our air doctor was pretty screwed up back then. We wouldn't have fixed nor even realized if we had gotten our way. Very true, and then we would have gotten outclassed and slapped by something harder. So it's what they do say, that failure is the greatest teacher. And that's, yeah, that's definitely what's going on, and that is exactly what we're about to learn from today. So welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. While protection of his reputation is a prime motivation for a responsible contractor, his stockholders insist that he hew a line which provides an acceptable but not an exceptional design, and during the production process holds expenditures on quality control / assurance to a nominal minimum required to sell the product to the government representative at the plant. Thus, the government, in the interplay of profit incentives versus high-integrity image, gets usually only what it is able to specify in detail and fund adequately. By and large, industry will produce as high-quality product as is requested and funded. Military grade, produced by the lowest bidder. That's what that says. The Navy must be more specific, however, in defining systems performance requirements and in stating quality requirements, not quality goals. Yes. Yep. Need to make sure, hold on, need to make this sound like McNamara is reading this. How does McNamara read? Is that really how he sounds when he's reading this? Is that actually, there's no way that's how McNamara sounds. I don't believe that for a second. But seriously, we're about to have a new F-15 with the Endgun program due to the Chinese 6th-gen fight. Lockmeyer's about to go crazy with this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Out of this world, my dude. Oh, that's rough. They got the Joker. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, hold up. Alright. Let's see. Better anti-air missile systems can and should be produced by industry with added attention to the following areas which are addressed in depth with the appendices to this report, notably Appendix 1. Okay, I'm having so much trouble pronouncing this word. Oh god. I will you know what, I will redeem that helium. I will refund that helium redeem. I cannot keep up the accents while trying to read this because there are so many words. Appendices of this report, notably program management, quality assurance and control, contractor government representative interfaces, reliability programs, environmental test plans. Fair enough. Thought it would be fun. Yeah, it would have been, but ugh. Lockmart will, but only if the Pentagon get their funding in order. They failed like 7 audits now. Whoops. Yep. Yeah, and honestly, they put NGAD on pause to analyze the funding / budget for it. See, fleet support organizations. Primary among these activities scrutinized in the fleet support area were the naval weapon stations, which process and handle air-to-air missiles, NWS's Concord, Fallbrook, Yorktown, and the Naval Magazine. Subic Bay RP. The role of the ammunition ships, AEs, and AOEs, while an important one, has very little, if any, influence on weapons system performance, since the functions involved are almost exclusively passive in nature, i.e. transshipment, dead storage, and transfer. About 40 discrepancies were identified in the following major categories. Whoa! This is the Lockheed Martin. No, this is the F-35 of the number of screw-ups. Of course, that's why we purposely handicap our troops in war games so it can boost the confidence of our allies that we learn more about the vulnerability of ours. Because it's not fair when your enemy can turn on IRL cheats and beat your military without you even seeing them. Yep. Lockmart as an idea goes hard. Lockheed Martin, but as Walmart would be wild. Can you imagine going back to school shopping at Lockmart would be next level? Hey, Mom, Dad, I need you to take me to Lockmart. I need to buy AIM-120D AMRAMs for my next air-to-air combat course. Oh my goodness. That is a whole mood. Also, I just realized my header is not visible. Oh, hold up. Oh, God. I will deal with that not now. Girls and pants are about to be real. All right. 40 discrepancies. Let's see. 50% off one JDAM and buy one F-15C for free. Oh, my goodness. You do realize that's just two fancy ways of saying the same thing, right? Marketing! Okay, management. The organization of the Navy Material Command with the consequent dissolution of the Bureau of Naval Weapons created several interface problems between Naval Air Systems Command and the Naval Ordnance Systems Command, all of which have not yet been resolved. Air-to-air missiles are being handled and processed in the naval weapon stations in accordance with a combination of NAV-Air and NAV-Ord directives, which need to be reduced to a common baseline. Oh! Anti-submarine warfare dipping sonar 50% at Lockmart. I need to focus. We need to focus. I need to focus. Hold on. I'm getting distracted by the idea of Lockmart. Oh my goodness. That would be a funny... Hold up. I'm actually going to write that down. That'd be a funny stream idea of just pretending to be... Just Welcome to Lockmart. All of your military industrial needs. Hold up. I'm writing that down before I go anywhere else. Save money, kill better, Lockmart. Oh, no. Okay, hold up. I need to stop laughing long enough to write this stuff down. Hold up. Where's my notes? Game stream ideas. Here we go. Lockmart. Lockmart stream. That's gonna be so funny. All right. Refer. Hold on. I'm gonna have to. I'll figure that out later. We even have a food court. All the sandwiches are in the shape of Jay's house. Yes. That paper is indeed quite interesting. Also, isn't Lockmart basically a military surplus? Yes, Lockmart, the ultimate military surplus store. Oh no. Can I get a concealed carry permit for my AIM-9X Sidewinder? Oh no! Vulcan cannons now 20% off. All right, I'll stop. I gotta focus. I came here for a thing, and I'm getting sidetracked. Medicinal F-14 Tomcat. Medicinal M1A1 Abrams. Abrams. Grumman making a new postal service, same day shipping with our postal service Bomber 21. You need stealth mail, the thing we never knew we needed. And speaking of, actually, it's just like maintenance. I need maintenance bomber. I need my service animal Tomcat. Lockmart, freedom has never been so affordable. Oh my god. Oh no. Grumman should have called the LLV the milk cat. They should have! They should have! Fat Electrician said it best. Oh boy. Oh, get the new Dior Sauvage Napalm Cologne now. Prices may vary. I need me my Agent Orange scented Yankee candle. Oh my goodness. I love that again, the coupons are reductions on your next A10 gun run call. Your coupons are just stratagem codes. Just like get a reduction on your cooldown time. I think it was Raytheon that wanted to send mail via rockets from submarines. Oh my goodness. I love that we came here to read a legitimate government document and it's just turned into us shitposting about the military-industrial complex turning into a corporate surplus just chain store. Oh, that's funny. Speaking of air-to-air missiles, let's see. Maintenance. Air-to-air missiles are unique in the air-launched missile family in that they are subject to repetitive cycling through the carrier deck/forward area runway. There is a need to establish a 3-level maintenance system for missiles quite similar to that employed for aircraft in order to reduce the size of the missile pipeline. Now about 31% of the AIM-7 inventory to improve on a mean downtime ranging from 270 to 296 days for an AIM-7 guidance and control unit return to CONUS for repair and to improve overall missile reliability. Oh! Hear me out, F-14 Tomcat scented cologne. So let's see. So maintenance. Basically, what they're saying in that section is that the missiles were now being kept for way too long before being sent back for repairs and maintenance, and that would basically result in them putting missiles out on the flight line that were faulty. 3-level maintenance system for missiles quite similar to that employed for aircraft. Reduce the size of the missile pipeline. Okay. I'm assuming that means 31% of the AIM-7s were basically screwed up because they were overdue or just out of pipeline. I don't know. Some of the government terms are weird. Yes, the new perfume line from Fragonard. Kerosene! Oh my goodness. Surveillance. A key element of any program to improve missile reliability is a surveillance program to maintain a current assessment of the missile inventory and to identify and isolate problem areas. A satisfactory program does not exist, ostensibly because of the lack of justified urgency to date and a lack of funds. Alright, so they weren't actually just they kept forgetting that this stuff... Slice, if you ain't bought it yet, you should. Top Gun: The Legacy, Brad Elward 2021, 720 pages. Have not got it yet. I have a couple of books, actually, that I've just been leaving in my room that I haven't read yet because I'm always busy making videos. But, I will probably, I will add that to, I'm gonna go ahead and write that down now. All right. Apologies for the stream freezing. I was taking a snip. I was taking snippet using the snipping tool. Let me see. Actually, here's an idea. Would you guys be interested in a reading stream where I basically take like military books and like read just like military history books on stream, like what we're doing now with the document, but with like books? Just do like read along streams. Captain Slice Strike's good. I'm gonna go ahead and set up a poll, see if that's something you'd be interested in. Why smell like campfire when you could smell like nom? New poll. Let's see. Terry history book read along streams. Let's see. Yes. No. And that'll be a 5-minute poll. Needs to look like a Victorian fireside reading, but it's a military base. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Here's interesting. Introducing the brand new performance drug developed from Lockheed Martin called the SR-71 Booster. Feel as high and go as fast as an SR-71. Warning! Product may contain crystal. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, no. Something. Whoops. Just straight up TV. The soft background sounds of distant artillery fire. Hold. Military history read-along ASMR stream. There's an idea. With with distant artillery fire background sounds. Oh! Oh no. We're getting ideas today, chat. We're getting ideas. New Durex pack dropped in the shape of a chaff/flare dispenser. That's how you protect yourself. Oh no! I need my SR-71 wheelchair. It just has a ramjet strapped to the side for when you just need to go places. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Oh, that's great. All right, general logistics support. Numerous problems exist with publications, test equipment, missile containers, personnel training, and other support elements generally associated with missile logistics. These are addressed in detail in Appendix 2. I'm envisioning these ads Happy Wheels. Now that's Hot Wheels. They need to take the Hot Wheels trademark from that. I'm envisioning these ads like the Eagle Sweat Cologne ad in Helldivers. I need my 30mm depleted uranium water bottle. Full stop. Hold up. Oh my god. Hold the phone. I have this right now somewhere. Hold up. Hold up. Oh no. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. I'm really glad I have my notes up in the background here because I need to put all my channels together. I'm losing track of where my stuff is. I actually have a 30mm shot glass fired from an 8. What? As in like a 30mm shell? The special outdoor equipment line for winter heat. Oh my goodness. Hold. Chat is giving me so many ideas. Hold up. Oh my goodness. Stop! Full stop! Pause! Corrupted intel files based, you're welcome. Hold up. Outdoor cold weather gear line. Heat. See, you can get a 30mm water bottle. Oh god. Stream instruments used to give me instruments. Hold up. Hooking stream with. Just going to straight up steal this. There we go. Boom. How many Helsing references and SAO abridged reference? Yeah, I read that one. Searched up and yeah, you get 30. Yep. Speaking of corrupted intel files, military history book. Wow, a unanimous 7 votes. All right, that is a thing. That is going to be a thing. All right. You guys are giving me ideas for things like subathon or donathon or bitathon goals. I'm kind of like this is probably what we're going to do with stuff like that. I feel like ooh. I could actually do a subathon with some of this. This is going to be good. Ooh. I love how I came here to read a document. We went from shit posting about Lockheed Martin becoming a military surplus chain the size of Walmart to coming up with what was it? So coming up with a bunch of subathon goals. Speaking of corrupted intel files, you should make one on the Ryan FR Fireball. Hold on, let me Google that real quick, just so I know what that is. An FR Fireball. American mixed piston and jet-powered aircraft designed by Ryan Aeronautical. What the hell? Where's the air intake? What the? Huh. Hint, the name is subtle foreshadowing. Yep, pretty much. It's about to be expected. Makes sense. All right. Let's see. Brain was doing a thing and I already forgot what it was. Right. So we've got the next chapter, Squadron Shipboard Performance. We have an ad break coming up and I need to run to the bathroom. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop an ad break. I'm going to hit the BRB screen and then I will be right back. And we will do some of that. So yes, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Hello, everyone. Frederick, is your Steam still running? If it isn't, definitely go refresh your browser. All right, catch your flight, Commander. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. So, let's see. Very good. We are apparently at the crossroad in the U.S. military of do we upgrade the F-22 or do we continue with NGAD as already has multiple successful flights back in either 2020 or 2022. I believe it was 2020. Honestly, I think the upgrades to the F-22 would be faster and I think that would be more ideal. Getting a what is it? What's the military phrase? A good solution today is better than a perfect solution next week. Like that. Hey, thank you for the follow, IP Kemerl. Kemerl? I feel like I'm going to mess up that name horribly. Also, where are my alerts? It was hidden. I don't use this screen very often. Whoops. Thank you for the follow, for dropping by. Welcome aboard. We are looking through the Ault report. And we're about to get right back onto that. So hold on. I've fixed my alerts. Now, I need to fix this screen as a whole, and that is going to be a not right now problem. So let's just make sure that the blurps and the things that deploy sounds are actually in place, because those are going to be important. No, you do it. It's a lot. It's a German accent. Oh, hold up. Let me see. Ich kann Did I get that? Hey, welcome in, Crimson Myth. Slice first time. You do that a lot. It's German accent. Hey, don't worry about it. It's a good plan violently executed now is better than a perfect plan executed next week. Patton. Yes! There it is. Hey, Slice, first time catching a stream. Found you while scrolling shorts and saw your SE2 announcement short. The one about how the SE community broke Steam. Okay. Okay. And got hooked and been enjoying your long form content. Well, I'm glad you like it. Thank you I appreciate you stopping by and watching it and stopping by the stream. And welcome on in. We are currently taking a look at the Ault report. If for anybody who doesn't know what that is, it is the document that was formally published after the Navy did an investigation into the air-to-air performance of its fighters during the Vietnam War as to why the hell their missiles weren't working. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I stream pretty consistently 3 times a week. Hey, thanks for the follow, Crimson Myth. But I stream pretty consistently 3 times a week. Wednesdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, that's War Thunder Wednesdays. And then I do, usually, FPS Friday and Sci-Fi Saturday. Those are at 5 p.m. Eastern. So, I'm just taking a bit of a turn left from the Sci-Fi Saturday today because I was like, I want to do this. I need to read this, and I think people would be interested. So, let's give it a shot. NGAD is years away, while the F-22 upgrades can be done by the next year at the latest, or to simply put it, the F-22 is the 75mm on the Sherman, and the NGAD is the 76, so you have to do D-Day with one or the other. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Eagle Dynamics is trying to do a full fidelity F-35 module. Fingers crossed this doesn't turn into vaporware. Ooh. Huh. One of my great uncles served with Patton. That's awesome. Yeah, I know that Patton has he has some things going in favor of him, some things going against him, but I definitely take after a few of his philosophies, for better or for worse. Oh yeah, don't forget your daily merit draws, everybody. If you aren't familiar with that, we have a system where you can pick air crews, Marines, or sailors. It's currently not on display on this screen because this screen hasn't been used in a while. It's kind of broken. But the... Hey, Sergeant Gibson, how's it going? But the merit system is you redeem merits for a faction, and they basically compete to see who gets more points by the end of the month, and that is what's called a war game period. And whoever wins gets to have the shiny golden emote in the chat. Where is it? You get to have the shiny golden emote. Like in this case, the Marines won last time, so the Marines have the shiny victory emote. Hey, thanks for the follow as well, Frederick. I appreciate it. But yes, you can also perform a card game of war, which we call a duel. So you can set the factions to challenge each other to a duel, and you can steal points from each other, or you can lose points if you lose the duel. So yeah, make your merit draws and do your duels. Challenge for points and battle for the top. For bragging rights. On your dad's side, your grandfather on your mother's side was charged with treason for selling weapons to Cuba during the missile crisis. Wow! Night and day with your family. Hot damn, Draggy. Ho ho! Wow. Speaking of weapons, let's look at these let's keep looking at these missiles. Squadron shipboard performance. This has been the most commonly examined element of air-to-air missile system performance and Navy reviews conducted since April 1965. Analyses of combat encounters in Southeast Asia clearly established Sparrow performance as the primary problem. For that reason, this review devoted major energies to that system. Despite its superior combat performance, however, problems with Sidewinder do, of course, exist, as exemplified by the current AIM-9D breakup problem. The Sidewinder therefore received its fair share of attention. You're telling me the AIM-9D Sidewinder had a tendency to explode midair? Just why not? Just because it could? I'm gonna try and go into Air Force NG. So yeah, I'm definitely going Air Cruise. What's NG? I feel like I should know this because I also wanted to go into the Air Force when I was but a young private. Air Force National Guard. Yes. Brain. Of course. Premature explosions. It happens to the best of us. Good Lord. But yes, the National Guard. I also considered that as an option. And then I was like, I'm just going to focus on the content thing. But yeah, I considered joining the military for several years. and then decided I was too lazy. So now I'm a content creator. Vietnam era missiles are the Mark 14, but worse because it was tested more and still failed. Yep. And they didn't even have a layer of bureaucracy to stop people from actually questioning them. Bureau of Ordnance. Key functions involved in this area are storage, test, maintenance, repair, assembly, handling, and loading. Problems discussed in detail in Appendix 3 and elsewhere in the report cover the following 8 areas. Being lazy and doing something else? Yep. See your urologist. Manning and training. The manning and performance of the attack carriers, or CVA's missile shops, the maintenance and loading crews suffer from the overall shortage of suitably qualified and rated enlisted personnel. Oh, so they were just having people who didn't know what they were basically telling people, okay, you don't know what you're doing? Too bad. Fix the missile. Yeah, that's not going to go sideways in any noticeable quantity. Good Lord. While the experience level of air-to-air missilery is the highest it has ever been. While the experience level in air-to-air missilery is the highest it has ever been, formal missile system training is still largely a bootstrap operation in many areas. Oh my God, Navy, why? The review team concludes that an overhaul of training policies and methodologies is required in order to distinguish between training and education and to exploit more fully the potential and utility of today's recruit, who is the best in naval history. That is fair at that point in time. Clap some bug cheeks and then head over to clap squid cheeks on divers. All right, got you. Have fun with the, spread the democracy, brother. I literally just did the salute, even though you can't even see me. Good Lord. I should make that a toggle someday. Average U.S. military ever since its inception. Don't know how to do it? Too bad. Do it anyway. How do I properly put this on? I have no idea. Just shove it on there. It's like the nuclear anti-air missile where it was susceptible to static. You mean the Genie rockets? An accident happened where one almost went off. Oh my God. Wasn't there a case where somebody got found having a Genie rocket with like the warhead and the rocket motor stripped out in their garage? There was somebody who that happened to. They had somebody was like, oh yeah, I bought it from a yard sale. And then like they asked like, somebody to be like, come in and appraise it, be like, I don't know, can I get this to a museum? And he ended up having a bomb squad show up at his house because it was a friggin' nuclear rocket. That was, yeah. Wasn't that the Florida man with the nuke because he dived and found it? I don't think so. This is somewhere else. Because the guy bought it off of someone from a yard sale. It was a straight-up genie rocket. They actually called in the Nest team? What's the Nest team? Sounds scary because of the fact it's... Simple words, the grunts make shit work to save the chain of command's idiocy. I swear, officer, the paperwork said it was disarmed. Oh, no. Reminds me of your grandpa. He had a live 88mm shell his dad brought back from his resistance fight in World War II. What? Wow. It was in Australia? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was in the United States. The Nuclear Emergency Support Team. Oh, yeah. Yep. That'll do it. Let me find it. Okay, yeah, do that. You might have to drop it in the guild server because I have links turned off in here. With the exception of mine, because my bot just does what I tell it to. It's a Revenge of the Fallen reference. Wrong nest. Oh. Officer, I lost all my weapons in a boating accident. It's the Nike Hercules missile. Okay. All right, let's see. The review team concludes that an overhaul of training policies and methodology... No, I read that part already. Nest teams from the original Modern Warfare game. Documentation. Oh, the worst part. Oh, I hate documentation. The complexity of current equipment, such as AN/AWG-10 missile control system in the F4J, and the number and complexity of support equipments required to maintain them present major, as yet unresolved problems in the currency, adequacy, accuracy, presentation, and acceptability of technical information for maintenance and operations. Ingenuity and innovation must be the themes for urgent actions in this crucial area. Inspections. Among the other actions considered, a more formalized inspection system for deploying CVAs and fighter squadrons with a fully articulated plan for subsequent follow-up is offered as one of the more important recommendations of the review team. Okay, so what I'm thinking about the F4J, that note about the F4J there, is that it was a human factors issue. There's just a lot of stuff they have to deal with. Test philosophy. Lack of user confidence and overall system reliability dictates present shipboard test philosophy for the elements of the air-to-air missile system. Real relief will only come through better demonstrated reliability, which in turn is dependent upon the quality control, maintenance, and surveillance programs recommended elsewhere herein. Safety. Safety requirements are frequently in conflict with operational requirements, and if not contradictory and confusing per se, so standard government bullshit. The necessity for sound direction in this area fully justifies the conduct of a complete air-to-air missile safety review, along with the lines of those heretofore confined mostly to nuclear weaponry. Wait, hold up, full stop. Yeah, I'll call you Crim. Actually, I'm gonna call you Myth. Because I have somebody I know named Crimson and another person I call Crim, who's separate. So I'm probably going to call you Myth. You really should look up that missile. I believe the Nike Hercules and the Genie rocket were roughly the same thing. I did a little studying into it after reading that. It was the U.S. going, well, I may not get all your bombers with my planes, so to heck with your entire formation and all of your escorts, yeah. An A6 Intruder, that one's going to get one at some point. Actually, there are a couple of... there are a few aircraft that I've been wanting to look into at some point because, that I'm going to get, that I have to get to. One of which is the MV-22, and that's because my dad's been requesting it for several months. Genie was plane-based, the Hercules was a ground-based. Oh! Wait a minute, isn't the Nike Hercules British? If I remember that right. Huh. No? Huh. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, nope, gonna have to do my research then at that point. Let's see. All right, safety. The necessity for the sound direction in this area fully justifies the conduct of a complete air-to-air missile safety review along the lines of those heretofore confined mostly to nuclear. Okay, so basically saying we need to set our safety regulations probably at the same level as that of nuclear weaponry to keep common rules. Can't find the article or the video of the live missile. Ugh, that's weird. Wonder if it got taken down. I got sent to me at one point. Somebody sent, I think my mother sent it to me. Because covers specific events and programs, maybe one on old 666. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. I'll do World War II stuff eventually, but for right now, it's mostly Cold War. I know what you're talking about because I saw it too. Yeah. Let's see. Logistics support. Numerous horseshoe and nail problems exist in this area and are discussed in depth later herein. Wow, you know it's bad when there's so many issues, the government doesn't even try to summarize it. They write one sentence about it and say, look here, I'm not writing this a second time. You know that's a problem. Oh, crap. Support equipment. The need for better planning and direction of the development, procurement, training, and maintenance effort for support equipment has long been admitted. As in numerous other areas, low funding priorities have impeded progress to date. Slice, am I an avid enjoyer of the fat electrician? I do love the chubby electron guy. Actually, I think I referenced his video in part 2 of the Phantom. Created by Bell and Boeing was sold to NATO allies. Interesting. Okay. Yes. But yeah, I try to keep up to date on this stuff. I saw his recent video on the greatest machine gunner of all time. That was nice. I can understand not being able to do things justice, though. Haven't watched the second part of the Phantom video yet? Don't worry, it is there. It will be there when you get there. And this is being read up on so I can be ready for part 3. Like how Kyle Hill, the math guy, got wrecked for his response to the TFE video about the manhole cover. Who? What happened? What did he say? Did he say that it would have been impossible for the manhole cover to get into space that way? Interesting. How did he get wrecked? Did other people come out of the woodworks and say, no, did he just get hit with a wave of actually people hitting him with math? Can somebody give me a brief summary in the chat section of how that went? Because he used re-entry calculations rather than exit calculations. Oh, yeah. Nope, not the right conditions. Yeah, no, 2 different sets of airflow conditions that you're dealing with at that point. That implies that he was entering from a pressure region. And the reason that would have been an issue is because with re-entry, you're going from a low pressure region that is outer space where there's basically no air into a high pressure region. Therefore, you're also dealing with an adverse pressure gradient across the movement. Whereas if you're on the ground going up, you're going from, region air to space, and therefore you have a positive pressure gradient moving with your movement that encourages it to fly out faster. Or at the very least, impedes it less on the way out. Yeah, that's one big-ass mistake, because you've completely flipped the arrow. That's the funny thing about physics, is you can get something completely wrong by just flipping you can flip the sign in an equation somewhere, and go from right answer to completely wrong answer. Plus, the cover was only captured in 1 frame, so we can only estimate the lowest potential speed. Yeah, it's very possible it could have gone faster. It's like popping a cork on a wine bottle at the speed of holy... Oh no. That and at 150,000 miles per hour would have been possible. It it would have been possible that cover wouldn't have been affected by friction at all. Oh wow, yeah. Well, no, it's possible that it. No, it would have still been affected by friction, but I don't think the applied effect would have been significant enough for it to matter. You're always 1 decimal away from turning into a plasma ball. Yeah. Well, summary, it's easier to enter while being harder to remain intact and harder to leave while being... It's easier to enter while being harder to remain intact and harder to leave while being easier to remain intact. Yes. Yes. Let's see. Where was I? I've completely lost track of my train of thought because we're talking about manhole covers getting flung into space. We got stuck on the one time the US decided to replicate the Russian space program. Sliceman has any interest in such things? A CIF video on Skylab would be hilarious. What's Skylab? United States' first space station, occupied for about 24 weeks. All right. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. For that one, actually. There's a certain content creator that I've been wanting to, like, who's, like, also super sci-fi and also super smart. Their name's Tomato Master. And I don't know, I'm just tempted to, like, try and invite her to a collab on what, just by initial research, because it looks like a NASA space station. Am I doing that right? It says, listen up. The government say, listen up, folks. I'm only saying this once. That's where we were. Oh. You know, so I feel like that video would be hilarious to do with Palm. Now I might, ooh, a collab. Oh, that would be funny. The first NASA space station. Yep. Okay. Yeah. If I do research into that thing, I think I'm gonna throw that idea. I'm gonna throw the idea of having Pomato do a cameo. I think that's gonna be hilarious. All right, hold up. I gotta write that down now. Shit. Home. Where is my stuff? Rant about. Let's see. We've got to wait for all the 56 pages in this document of notes and potential ideas to load in. Sorry, 54. I was off by 2. Let's see. Where did I put it down? I'm probably gonna put this in the other ideas stuff. Skylab's NASA first space station. See, with all right, that is now written down. Cool. If I ever do a World War II history, I have to try and get the today we link on Twitch instead of War Thunder Forum. Exactly. Yes. Wait, Palm, you came from a stream with her? Was that the one with her, Radia, August, and Adora that was on earlier? Because I was looking at that for a bit while I was doing some work in the background before now. Yeah. If I ever do a World War II, yeah, I do want to do a cameo with, what was my brain doing? I think it would be neat to do a cameo with the Fat Electrician at some point, but gotta get to that level first. But so for now, we grind. Yes. Let's see. Support equipment policy. Oh, yay, policy. Among the key, actually, real quick, yes, let's continue reading the missile book. Policy, among the key policy changes needed is one which emphasizes the maintainability and reliability of missile systems, possibly even at the occasional expense of nice-to-have in performance improvements. It is relevant to note that despite the continuing emphasis on performance improvements to the semi-active radar missile system over the years, overall system reliability has remained relatively constant at an unacceptably low level. You should consider working with Animarchy. Animarchy apparently did a review on one of my videos, and I met him in Pomato's chat like a month ago, and he recognized my name. And so I've stopped in with him a bit, and yeah. So we are most certainly aware of each other. Yeah. You know, actually, with Animarchy doing his all of his longer videos, when he gets to like things on Vietnam, have I ever been to TwitchCon? I have. I went last year, and I learned a lot of things. I still have all of my notes because I took notes. I took so many notes. Hold up, I probably have like 4 or 5 pages of notes. Yeah, I have a whole. So, like, I have a little planning chant, like, I have a little planning Discord server that only I'm in, where I put all my stuff down and ideas and everything. Let me see. Let's see all the notes I took. Brand and streamer synergy, finding brand deals that synergize with you. Path to Twitch partnership, a deeper dive into brand deals. Visuals, OBS, and interactive content, the art of interactive Twitch streams. Designing education on Twitch, co-streaming dynamics, using Twitch to make a living being creative. Intro to short form content on Twitch. Yeah, just straight up. After you get a Takahata 101 at Slicer X Lab, that's one of the ideas I want to do at some point. Because, A, I want to bring him in for a cameo on one of these videos. He is about to with the Soviet Union Fighter series. Oof. Yeah. Been to TwitchCon before. I want to go eventually and meet some of the YouTubers who you love watching. Oh, dude. Awesome. Absolutely. Another mission you should look up the CIM-10 Bowmark? What? Hold up. CIM-10 Bowmark. Supersonic ramjet-powered long-range surface-to-air missile used during the Cold War for the air defense of North America. Hold up. Why does the image of this missile that is presented to me straight up look like they took the wings and tail off of an F-15 and strapped it to a missile? Oh, what? What? What the fuck? Oh boy. Wow. Wow. Yeah, all the ideas are coming out today, and I'm here for it. It's also nuclear tipped. Oh. Oh. Yikers. Give you $50 if you manage to... Oh. And or Cottontail. Cottontail is actually one of the 2 streamers. Cottontail and Project Melody got me comfortable with making dick jokes in my videos. I still need to give her a thank you at some point. Who are those people? Oh, Amaranth is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch who does a lot of like more lewd streams. And Cottontail is a VTuber who's also a not safe for work voice actor. But yes, you sweet innocent child Crimson Myth, you are going to be de-innocentized in this. Is that a word? I think it is a word in this chat. Yep. You will learn. Also, you want to know what's weird? Here's something I'm definitely going to be including in the Avro Arrow video when I get to it, and it kind of makes me upset. Is the Avro Arrow was supposed to have an active radar homing version of the AIM-7 Sparrow. We almost had the AMRAAM. Ben from your online buddies, you know the internet could get weird? Yeah. We almost had the AMRAAM before the AMRAAM in cooperation with Canada. But Lockheed decided that they were going to bribe their starfighter into service with the Canadians, And then we didn't get the AMRAAM Sparrow. That's BS. So the Lockheed scandal actually cost the U.S. something important, and now I'm upset. Ugh. Oh well. The Beaumark is also an active radar gun? What the? Why didn't we get these on jets until like the 90s? Good Lord. I swear, America, shaking my head. My own country. Comparing reliability. Let's see. Oh god, I need my voice is going. I can feel it dying. Let's see. Airborne performance. Missile time. I hope the Brick House Tornado is in the queue. It is. That is on the many things. And I do want to do more aircraft from other countries besides just the US and the USSR. So, yes. Tornado is in the queue. Sparrow 2 had some issues, reason why they went for the semi-active radar homing. Oh, okay. But it's also probably not out of the question that funding for that development and fixing those issues went out the window with the Arrow project. America hates working with other countries on projects. In more recent history, the U.S. was given a proposal to work on a particle collider with Canada in New York. But the U.S. decided, nah, we're going to build it in Texas and do it by ourselves. Love to hear your thoughts on the French Marines machines. I'm actually not sure which aircraft to start with, but I do have, one of my streaming friends, one of my streaming friends has a fan in their Discord who is from France, and they've been recommending a few aircraft, and I'm going to be looking at some of their recommendations to see what I should swing at, because I actually don't know many French aircraft that didn't go well in the Cold War. Absolutely would have come sooner. Yeah. Swing Wing Mirage. Yes, the Mirage G8. I know about that one, actually. And that was primarily because I think I was... No, it's because I was watching a video, I think by Paper Skies, on the creation of the Su-24 Fencer. Video on YouTube about that particle collider is called The Giant Hole in Texas. Oh boy. Many things to look at. Many things to look at. Actually, if you want to post a link to that video in the Discord, I will... Hold on, let me post up real quick. So that's the link to the Adventurers Guild Discord. That's the link to the Adventurers Guild Discord. And not the Discord, the website. There's a link to the Discord on the home page. Actually, while we're thinking about this, what was it? I'd written this down somewhere. Who was I talking about that I wasn't sure what I want to do a video on next? No, it was in that Discord. Hold on, let me go find it. Brrr. I have apparently been pinged today at 9:07 in the morning, and I did not see these. All right, hold up. You know, a spider, this SRH semi-active radar homing missile, the J-8B is Mach 5 on the stat card. Ooh. Okay, so you mentioning the VARC made me think of something. Here's a new poll. What video... I'm trying to figure out what aircraft I want to do after the Phantom. What, should I... Next, hold up. CIF video. Or here it is. Next plane. Here are the options I was thinking about. The F-111, the MiG-21, and the F-35, because I have some funny lines already written down for the F-35 that gave me some ideas. I'm going to start the poll. I'm going to go run to the bathroom, because I've been drinking a lot of water because my voice is being well used. So I'm going to leave that up, and I'm going to go run to the bathroom, and then we'll be right back, and we're going to keep reading. I just realized I had my mic off. The crown next to the name means Prime. It means you've subscribed to somebody using your Prime account before. That's what that means. Links allowed in the general chat in the Discord? Yes, but ping me when you post them so that way it doesn't look like you're just walking in and dropping links. You don't want to look like a bot, just be like, yeah, hi, and then just slap me with that. Hoping for the F8 Crusader. F8 Crusader is one of the things. yeah. Amazon Prime thing. All right. Airborne performance. Analysis of airborne performance viewed the missile system at 3 principal stages along its logistics and operational flow. For the Sparrow system, a typical presentation of performance data is as follows. See, new production, fleet operations in the continental United States and in combat. Hey, Bell. Let's see. 1, AMCS. 2, missile. Let's see. AMCS success rate. Missile success rate. Product success rate? I don't know what that means. Misfire. Hold up. Airborne performance. Misfire. Is that the percentage chance of misfire, or is that... Let's see. Oh, yeah, and they also use the data here from the Red Baron study to help with this. Oh, no, it's for everybody. We have a section that is just for content creators, which I am one of, but absolutely it is for everybody to just kind of be a part of. But you can also get like announcements and updates for some of our stuff in the guild Discord. So yeah, absolutely, you're welcome to come on in. We have no bar to entry. It's just for gaming. It's for people who want to just show off their stuff. It is a whole thriving community that exists within the umbrella of an organization. So yeah, you are welcome in. Alrighty. Let's see. Slice, am I like other VTubers in that company owns your OC? I am my own boss. I have my own stuff. So the Adventurers Guild is at the F111. Ooh. Okay, so F111 1. Okay. But yes, I will. Yeah, all right. Then I was leaning towards doing the F111 after the F4 because it technically still fits the Century Series thing. So yeah. But no, I own all of my own stuff. I commission my own stuff. I set up my own everything. So I do have a manager, and it's a weird thing. The guild operates a lot like V Shoujo, in that I am the operator, but the management helps me out, and they kind of let me do as I do, and they support that. So the Adventurers Guild is sort of like operates very similarly to my understanding of V Shoujo, which is really cool. Let's see. Let's see. AMCS, missile, misfire, aircraft fusing, total. What does that mean? Performance data. I don't understand any of that. I don't know if that's percentage success chance. I don't know if that's percent chance of success or percent chance of... I don't know if that's percent success or percent chance of failure. Total equals average? I know that doesn't even make sense because this average here is 0.57. That's lower than all of these. I wonder if it's a cumulative error. A cumulative chance of error. So basically the odds of it actually working, period. So right out of the gate, oh, wow. So error equations work very... equations for accumulating error is equations for accumulating error is a they don't work in a linear format. They don't operate like an average, because cumulative chances of error basically stack up all the odds of everything. I wonder, I know that I've learned it at one point, but I've since forgotten it. Damn, I think it's like the accumulative accumulative uncertainty or something like that. Now, or I might be mixing them up entirely. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm willing to bet this is the cumulative chance of the missile actually working. So the accumulative chance of a Sparrow working right off of the production line is 57%. This thing has about a 50-50 chance of working off the production line. What? That would mean it has a 23% chance of working when it actually gets brought onto the fleet that's operating around the continental United States. And according to those numbers, the minute it gets thrown into combat, you have a 13% chance of it actually working, which aligns with the actual rough reliability rate that was associated with the Sparrow missiles. It seems really low. I do know that the Sparrow had a lot of reliability issues, but that does feel really low for a brand new missile. Thought the Sparrow problems were mostly just handling and not 50% just defects. It's not that they're defects. I think it's the reliability of the hardware and just the chances of this is also probably an accumulation of test data. So in theory, it's probably not the defects. It could be the code. It could be a couple of different things, but whatever the causes are, between the accumulation of all these different errors between the AMCS, what is that? I feel like it's the guidance system, the program. Airborne Missile Combat System, likely? I don't know. The missile, the actual hardware, which I'm assuming is the product, chance of misfire, aircrew handling, and fusing issues, so actual detection and therefore going off. The total number of they're basically all those have an accumulative effect on reliability that cuts it down to 57%, which is my interpretation of the data I'm looking at. I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but that does seem stupidly low for something straight off the production line. Good Lord. Let's see. The missile usually knows where it is, but this missile is stupid as fuck. Yeah, no, you're not kidding. Such analyses are important in a resource-limited world since they help in isolating those areas where the investment of funds and effort will most importantly influence performance improvements. From the above, 3 areas susceptible to early attack emerge at once. Missile control system maintenance. Okay, yeah, so it's airborne missile control system. Okay. Missile control system maintenance and reliability, aircrew performance in combat, Sparrow motor fire. Huh. Right, because there were a boatload of cases where the missile straight up never came off the rail or just would not ignite correctly. As a corollary consideration, middle guidance and fusing reliability improvements are indicated, provided they can be achieved by reliability improvements in preference to design changes in a missile out of production, AIM-7E, or approaching the end of production, AIM-7E2. Oh, so the AIM-7Es and AIM-7E2s were old by that point. Interesting. This is not to say that missile guidance and fusing improvements are not needed. It is submitted, however, that other actions may result in earlier and more significant performance gains. Can somebody real quick Google when they stopped producing the AIM-7E? I'm kind of curious as to the date. And, if possible, don't grab that from Wikipedia. With the foregoing in mind, the following avenues to performance maintainability and reliability improvements were explored. A key issue in this area is the commitment of fighter squadrons to air-to-ground missions in Southeast Asia and the consequent dilution of air-to-air training and readiness. Of near equal importance is the availability of training facilities and training assets. Past major reliance on R&D ranges for missile training exercises has exacted its toll no less than the unavailability of missile training allowances and suitable airborne targets. Realization of improved aircrew performance should be possible through increased missile and target allowances, better range facilities, more realistic air combat maneuvering training, a concentrated effort on aircraft missile system qualification, as well as aircrew firing qualification, improved tactics, and doctrine. All are discussed in Appendix 4. So what that basically says, AIM-7E ended production in the late 1970s. Once the F-4E got an internal Vulcan, that thing just started going on very enthusiastic walks left and right. Not as much as you might think. So the F-4E got as many kills with the gun as it did with the AIM-9 Sidewinder, if my numbers are correct. So all things considered, the gun did help, but I'm not sure in terms of the air-to-air combat thing, it was actually that much of an improvement in terms of the overall results. Oh. Wait a minute. Why is the missile out of production specified as the AIM-7E? That can't be right. Let's see. So training and readiness. So that's basically just talking about, hey, we need dogfighting, but we need dogfighting training, but we also need practice targets, and we need new facilities to do it with. So that billet right there is the requirement of, shit, we need Top Gun. Let's see. Missile envelopes. Numerous missiles fired in combat have missed because they were fired out of envelope at low altitude against a relatively small maneuvering target by a U.S. fighter aircraft with a missile control system mechanized for a high-altitude, non-maneuvering bomber. Considerable progress has been made in defining missile envelopes for the environment typical of a Southeast Asia fighter versus fighter encounter. More needs to be done. Human engineering. By and large, U.S. fighter pilots have been required to fight a heads-up engagement in Southeast Asia with a heads-down system. This is, of course, particularly true for the F-4. Cockpit rearrangement, coupled with added provisions for missile envelope identification at low altitude, are either under actual evaluation or are being considered. Okay. Performance evaluation. Accurate evaluation of missile firing results is crucial to training progress and systems performance improvement actions. Improvements in present data collection techniques is urgently required. Telemetry for all firings, training, and combat is as yet largely unexploited tool in the Navy. Ooh. Yeah, so they aren't actually... So the other issue is they weren't able to improve... America got beat by rice. Whenever you see something like this being said, you can tell someone's never read a book. Yeah, no. We had stuff going for us, but also I will firmly insist that America did not lose Vietnam because we signed a peace treaty before making full moves to retreat. A peace treaty was signed. It was the Paris Peace Accords, 1973. That officially ended our involvement, and the promised follow-up did not occur because by that point the American public was done with Vietnam. So, and with new administrations, they could not convince the military and the government to provide the support. And frankly, the treaty actually settled the South Vietnamese at a loss of territory under that promise of military support. But they basically forced South Vietnam to accept the ending, basically saying, you're going to accept this treaty because we'll come support you. But if you don't, we're just going to leave anyways. Basically said, if you want to keep fighting, you can do it yourself. Do I play ground on War Thunder? I have plenty of ground combat. I have plenty of ground hours, but with so much of a focus on aircraft for me. Oh yeah, no, those guys were hard as fuck. Absolutely. Those guys fought. They did not play games. Yeah, absolutely. And war, yeah, no, war is a problem. But I'd like to play Ground. I just haven't played it in a long time in several months, because of my very high focus on aviation lately. So let's see. But yeah, performance evaluation, they had no idea when their stuff was going skewy, and they couldn't bring that data back. And that's absolutely an issue, because you can't tell what went wrong. Can't fix what the problem is if you don't know what mistake you made. Absolutely. Let's see. Design. Obviously, some balance must be struck between those design improvements essential to performance requirements and those affecting maintainability and reliability. Because of the critical import of configuration across the board, the review team feels that configuration freezes must be instituted as early as practicable. Plan to do long-form content on games? I have a few for War Thunder. I have a few War Thunder videos at the Punishment Wheel. But, the Punishment Wheel is kind of on hold at the moment, and I have a couple of videos that I want to turn into streams, but I've been so busy with the F4 that I haven't made any of them. So, SE is Space Engineers. And that's like sort of space Minecraft, but you get to build spaceships. I was playing a little of it the other day. I might do some after we do this, depending on how long it is. Let's see. But, yeah, I do want to do some more long-form content. I want to do more long-form content games. I have a Battlefield 1 video going up. Well, not going up, but, like, I want to turn one of my first Battlefield 1 campaign stream into a VOD, because that was just such a friggin' hilarious time. But yes, I do want to do more long-form game content to, sort of balance out the channel, and I'll probably be doing a bit of that after I finish the F4 series, just to kind of take a break and allow myself to give some time for research. But, especially since the priority voted has been the F111, and, can this be a VOD? This can be one of those videos I edit down? Honestly, it probably will be, with the amount of fun we've had today, and the conversations and all of that. Absolutely, it probably will be. And I will be having a VOD channel at some point. I'm working with people to, one of those being my manager, to kind of understand when it is an appropriate point to actually create those kinds of channels, and just like split up my content as desired. So at some point, the idea is to have a VOD channel, a gaming highlights channel, and then I would have my main channel where I put the airplane videos and my shorts. Also, considering your journey through Battlefield, I did not hear about the new game. Interesting. It's essentially Battlefield 4 2042 elements such as natural disasters, but they are bringing back the 4 classes again instead of the specialists. Okay. Yeah, I heard there was a lot of upheaval about the specialists. Let's see. Because of the critical import of configuration across the board, actually, let me restart design. Obviously, some balance must be struck between those design improvements essential to performance requirements and those affecting maintainability and reliability. Because of the critical import of configuration across the board, the review team feels that configuration freezes must be instituted as early as practicable. Appendix 4 contains configuration freeze recommendations for the Aero 1A, AWG-10, AIM-7E and E2, and the AIM-9B, C, and D. The specific primary goal is improved reliability at the expense, if necessary, of other than absolutely essential performance improvements. Obviously, such important corollary benefits as up-to-date documentation, better training, standardized maintenance and rework procedures, and stabilized tactical doctrine will accrue as natural byproducts. The Russian Badger? Yeah, yep. Also watch the Badger. Remember the Battlefield friends. God rest Thick 44's soul. Ooh. Yeah. Agreed. Rework program. Naval Air Rework Facilities, or NARFs, turn out a product, Aircraft Missile Control System Launcher and Missile Slices Based confirmed. I will include the periodic Badger reference in the videos. compares favorably with the new product from industry. Both, however, require improvement. There is little question that the reworked product can be improved by the simple application of additional funds in this area. For example, items, e.g. electrical wiring, frequently found defective in fleet aircraft after rework are often treated on an inspect, repair as necessary basis, due mainly to lack of funds for a full rework program. Similarly, the rework program for Sparrow and Sidewinder is not a true rework program where configuration is fully updated and missile components are systematically replaced, but is largely a repair program. Until July 1968, the Arrow 1A missile control system in the F-4B was not being reworked at all, yet analysis has repeatedly identified the missile control system as the key performer in a Sparrow shoot. Every element of the missile system has been or will go through the rework process. The quality of that process is vitally important. Werpster. Red versus Blue? I did start watching it, but I kind of fell off on it. The review of the rework effort reported in Appendix 5 disclosed 23 specific areas, oh god, another big number, where important improvements can be made, not only in the rework process, but in all aspects of developing, purchasing, employing, and maintaining the Navy's air-to-air missile systems. All right, I'm going to take a quick divert real quick to look at Monkey Boy's rice fact. Rice is one of the most important staple foods globally, serving as a primary source of nutrition for more than half of the world's population. It is believed that rice was first domesticated in the Yangtze River Basin in China around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Over the millennia, rice cultivation spread across Asia and beyond, leading to a development of various rice varieties adapted to different climates and soil conditions. Yep. Welcome in, Monkey Boy. You actually delivered a rice fact right on time because we are talking about the Vietnam War and specifically the U.S. Navy's missile performance in it. Hey, Kill Me Maybe. How's it going? Welcome in. We're talking about the Ault report. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to talk for about 5 more minutes because we have an ad break coming up. And then I'm going to go real quick, run upstairs. I will take a quick break, go upstairs, grab food because dinner should be ready. And I'm going to come back down. Have I heard of the Soviet Zveno? I have not. Hold up. Is that a missile? Is that a plane? What is it? A few extra details so I can real quick just throw up a Google search and be like, question mark. Let's see. Action categories for the rework program include improved management and supervision, performance of vitally important in-service engineering function by qualified field activities, a formal rework cycle for all elements of the missile system, including special support equipment and ground support equipment, formal rework plans, a product evaluation program. First and only ever flying aircraft carrier to see operational service. Huh. Hold up. Soviet Zveno carrier. The Zveno project was a parasite. Oh, I have seen the name of that thing. I have seen an image of that. It's on a thumbnail of somebody else's video. I will have to watch. Yep. And it was basically they would basically just throw out a bunch of I-16s. Channel Mustard. That's the thumbnail I was seeing. Yep. I will have to watch that. Let's see. Overview. In summary, it must be emphasized that the actions recommended in this report will improve the capabilities and performance of the Navy's present air-to-air missile systems. They will not, however, provide true dogfight missile capability because of basic design limitations in the systems themselves. True dogfight capability will require a new missile development. In the interim, the Navy can more fully exploit the design capabilities of its present systems by upgrading the reliability, by better maintenance practices, and by improved training methods. And I'm willing to bet that recommendation is what actually created the start of the AMRAAM missile program. I'm willing to bet on that. Conducted, I think, 26 actual combat missions in 1942 and 43. Wow. On the Boeing attempt at a flying carrier? I thought it was Lockheed, the CL-102. Yeah, the one where they had a bunch of phantoms underneath. Yeah, there are a couple people who have attempted carriers. Let's see. Or flying carriers, rather. Carriers we have. Those are not attempts. Let's see. Major conclusions and recommendations. 1. Policy. Short turnaround times in CONUS and late acquisition of deployable assets by fighter squadrons have adversely affected the depth and quality of training and the material readiness of deploying units. Chronoplan CIF when. The commitment of fighter squadrons to a dual air-to-air and air-to-ground role further complicates the problem and dilutes air-to-air training and readiness. An aircraft aircraft availability philosophy for the F-4, similar to that normally found in the fleet for the A-6, viz. An up aircraft requires an up weapon control system, would effectuate an important gain in material readiness and combat capabilities. All right. If the stockpile to target sequence, or STS, procedures were followed from the initial design through production of air-to-air missiles, many fleet problems encountered in this review would not occur. Recommendations. CNO, the Chief Naval Operations Fleet and Task Force Commanders re-examine the necessity for continuing commitment of fighter squadrons to the air-to-ground missions in Southeast Asia in the light of growing inventory of A6 and A7 attack aircraft with their greater load-carrying capacities. 2. Type, Fleet, and Task Force Commanders iterate a policy for F-4 aircraft that stipulates a fully up missile control system as a requisite in a fully up aircraft. This should be done whether or not relief from air-to-ground commitments is accorded. CNO and Chief of Naval Material direct that the concept of Navy Swap 5020 should be incorporated in all future planning and contractual phases for air-to-air missiles. Modify the 747 to be a flying character? Yes, I did see that one. Air-to-air, let's see, conclusions. Air-to-air guided missiles for management, as well as all other aeronautical materials, should be maintained using the same management techniques. Air-to-air missiles are unique in the air-launched weapons family because of the requirement of repetitive cycling through the carrier deck. There should be defined for air-to-air missiles a 3-level maintenance system similar to that for aircraft. There is a need for better program direction and coordination of several elements in the air-to-air missile capability, specifically that wordage. Okay, we're coming up on the ad break. I'm going to drop the ad break. I'm going to throw on the BRB screen. I'm going to bathroom, food, come back, and we will continue. Whew. All right. Food is not yet ready. It will be ready in a bit, so I'll just go up and grab it at one point and then come back down. But yes. Ooga booga. We are doing that. We will grab that, and I will... Let's keep this up. Love on the bottom fuel tank, and one of the EE Lightning's variants made it look like the preggers. Yeah, no, that was on all of them, but it just got larger for the F6 variant because they needed more gas. But it was like that on all of them because it was basically the only way they could fit a notable quantity of fuel into the tank. Let's see. Recommendations. The Commander, Naval Air Systems Command, review, revise, and reissue regulation whatever of whatever date and time to provide for a 3-level maintenance system for air-to-air missiles. Consideration should be given to reissuance of other thing as entitled Aeronautical Material Maintenance Manual, considering the applicability to all users of the air-to-air weapon system, Navy and Marine Corps. The Deputy Chief of Naval Operations Air select and designate a senior officer of the rank of captain to serve as the program coordinator in the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations for the further development and implementation of all approved recommendations of this report. Next. Chief of Naval Operations examine the internal organization and OPNAV and make that realignment necessary to provide clearer lines of authority and the close coordination required if air-to-air missile capabilities are to receive the priority attention requisite to the realization of necessary improvement. Huh! These guys really can't stick a comma in these periods to save their life. Huh! The Commander, Naval Air Systems Command, define and delegate to appropriate fields activities the in-service engineering authority and responsibility for the Sparrow and Sidewinder missiles and the Arrow 1A and AWG-10 missile control systems. Both cognizant and participating field activities should be designated and tasked. The Commander, Naval Air Systems Command, take appropriate action to augment as necessary those elements of this headquarters organization associated with the management of the Sparrow and Sidewinder systems and to effect those minor organizational changes needed to provide better lines of authority and communication between the program managers and the NavAir Syscom functional organization. This feels like a bunch of administrative bullshit. The Commanders, Naval Air Systems Command and Naval Ordnance Systems Command, respectively, effect the coordination necessary to provide improved management direction to the Naval Weapons Stations, Naval Ammunition Depot, naval magazines in the areas of test, maintenance, repair, handling, transfer, storage, and surveillance. Of air-to-air missiles. Yes. Oh, conclusions. Here's the good part. We're pretty close to the end. Production conclusions. Government requirements for quality control are normally expressed contractually in the application of whatever that is, quality program requirements. This document is subject to broad interpretation by industry as well as by government plant representatives. Quality of the product is normally directly proportional to the extent of industry's self-motivation and the degree of government monitoring. Yeah, because if you want it better than military grade, the government's going to say, look at me, buddy. Do it better. Yep. High failure rates of electronic components in the AIM-7 and the AWG-10 indicate a requirement for renewed emphasis on reliability of programs at both Raytheon and Westinghouse. Oh, so there were a lot of mechanical failures in the F-4J's radar. Huh. That's not good. Reliability and design margin studies originally planned for both these programs were seriously curtailed by limited funding. A mean time before failure of 5 to 10 hours for the AWG-10 and the AIM-7E reliability in the fleet are clearly indicative of designs that require additional attention. Wait a minute. Whoa. It took 5 to 10 hours of operation for the radar to die? Huh? Okay. All right. That's like the 35-hour lifespan on the original engine for the FJ4 Fury. It's just, why? Why? By the way, can you guys still hear me okay over there? Oh, neck. There's my neck. World War II era, when a World War II era radar can outlast you, you have a problem? Yeah. Okay, I think my browser is just lagging. Hold up, let me refresh it real quick. There we go. Okay, cool. Just double checking. All right. Detailed environmental test plans are required for both the Sparrow and Sidewinder production processes at Raytheon and at NARF's Norfolk and Alameda in order to evaluate it adequately. Oh God, the words they chain together are just, yep, standard government practice, string together enough words that nobody can tell what the hell you're talking about. The response of the design and work process to vibration, temperature, altitude, and other environmental conditions normal to service use. Let's see. Production monitoring tests are not doing the job required due to lack of standardization, concentration on the missile, vice inclusion of the entire missile system, and test techniques and methodology which do not adequately simulate the real world in which the system must perform in combat. Yep. Different in the world than it is in the lab. Always, always, always. A second procurement source for the Sparrow would be desirable, both from the standpoints of quality of a product produced in competitive environment and the strategic implications of the present consideration of the nation's air-to-air missile production at a single site. The projected buy of Sparrows indicates that the cost of initiating a second source could be amortized. Right, because I kind of remember what amortization means. I've read up on it before because I read it before and I was like, what the heck? I'm gonna go have some sleep, but I'll watch the rediff because this whole document is really interesting. Good stream. Yeah. All right. Thanks for stopping by, 2S3. I appreciate it. And I will see you later. See, if the 6 to 8 months from now required for Navy approval of an engineering change proposal from industry is inordinately long and can and should be improved. Wow, you know that the Navy has a problem when they say the documentation's too long. Oh no. I'm over here saying too many words in all these 58 pages, and the Navy took one look at something and said, nope, absolutely not. The Navy who wrote it. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's an issue. Oh wait, no, that's the time period. Never mind. That's the time period, not the document. This shit is too long. I'm a not. Yeah, exactly. Straight up the attitude. Recommendations. Specify quality requirements, vice quality goals to industry, including them, if necessary, as an element of contracts, subject to negotiation. Follow up by insisting that government representatives at the plant concerned understand these requirements. Have inspection programs to ensure their fulfillment and are properly manned for the task. As a matter of priority, examine specific direction now being provided to and performance by the DCOSO representative at the Raytheon Lowell plant. Cause to be conducted at the earliest practicable date, a quality control survey of the Sparrow production operation at Raytheon, similar to, if not in greater depth than, that conducted for Sidewinder during the summer of 1968. Oh! Those are the things I'm gonna have to go look for. Formulate and fund total reliability programs at both Raytheon and Westinghouse directed to component selection, subsystems and systems burn-in, environmental tests, and design margin studies for the AIM-7F and AWG-10. Review and approve new production monitoring test plans now being prepared by the Commander, Naval Missile Center. Examine the practicability of establishment of a second procurement source for the AIM-7. An initial step, urgently needed for other reasons as well, is procurement of a complete data package from Raytheon. Revise change control action procedures within Navair System to provide for change control meetings of all interested parties. Should prepare a coordinated ECP plan for the Navair Change Control Board in order to expedite coordination to ensure words. Let's see. Performance versus design conclusions. A primary reason for less than desired combat performance of air-to-air missile systems in Southeast Asia is their design optimization for high-altitude engagement against a non-maneuvering large bomber target. Consequently, they exhibit important limitations in a low-altitude fighter-to-fighter engagement. Dogfight modifications to the Sparrow AIM-72 and Sidewinder AIM-9D and the improved dogfight capability of the AIM-7F will overcome some but not all of these, and a true dogfight missile will require a new development program. Okay, so the dogfight quote that's attached to the end of the AIM-72 missile in War Thunder is a specific variant of the E2. The AIM-72 dogfight missile is different from the AIM-72 missile. Did not know that. Okay. Because of the complexity of the basic missile design and its close dependence on a proper fluctuating of the aircraft's missile control system, the probability of a successful Sparrow shoot is lower than that for Sidewinder. This has been validated in both CONUS and combat firings. The inherently greater capabilities of the AIM-7, viz. All-weather, all-aspect, greater range, larger warhead kill radius, but a significantly poorer than the AIM-9D combat performance, merit the highest priority attention to deficiency correction. Ugh. Yeah, so they're basically saying, focus on the AIM-7, this thing sucks more than the Sidewinder, fix that first. An announcement of performance trends and successive looks at the F-4 Sparrow system for production monitoring test of newly produced missiles to combat firings in Southeast Asia reveals that major degradations occur in the following areas. Missile control system performance, aircrew performance, procedural or tactical errors out of envelope, etc. So firing them the wrong way. Missile motor fire. While there is some degradation in missile guidance and fusing functions, this is indicative more of reliability problems associated with repetitive captive flights than of functional design deficiencies. Oh, that's an interesting note. The degradations in missile guidance and fusing functions wasn't as a result of the missiles being built poorly. It wasn't designed to withstand the cyclic wear and tear of being carried on multiple flights without being fired. So basically, it wasn't designed to be carried multiple times. Which is the problem they ran into in Vietnam because they didn't have a lot of combat. So they would carry them aloft and back down and aloft and back down and aloft and back down many times, and the cyclic loading on the components basically overcame its ability to actually perform. That's a no. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Interesting. Very cool. That's an engineering thing right there. Maintainability and reliability of the various elements of the total system appear to be greater contributors to inferior combat performance than do design deficiencies. There is a need to freeze at the earliest practicable date the design configurations of the various elements of the system in order to concentrate on reliability improvements and on maintenance practices and procedures. The number of performance and engineering changes are still required in both the Arrow 1A, F4B, and AWG-10, F4J missile control systems. Primarily, these involve pilot lock-on mode, AIM-72 compatibility, and Sidewinder expanded acquisition mode. Okay, so that's going for like the bigger seeker head type of like. So when you open up the seeker in War Thunder and you see like the different like outer circles. That's what I think that is. It changes in both, plus a solution of the cooling problem in AIM-7F and ALQ-91 compatibility changes in the AWG-10. It does not appear cost-effective at this time to modify the APA-157 in the F4B to accommodate the AIM-7F. However, CNO review and decision is needed. Okay, so basically the F4B wasn't going to get the AIM-7Fs. Because it wouldn't be it would be too expensive. Full AIM-9D expanded acquisition mode capability in both the F8 and F4 will materially improve dogfight capability and should be expedited. Yes. Absolutely. Electromagnetic compatibility questions exist and require further investigation and attention. The most important of these are F4B, F4J, shoehorn electrical and mechanical interface compatibility, and B, mutual aircraft radar interference with the AIM-7 guidance fusing functions by radar klystrons in different aircraft in the same flight. The latter was highlighted in the U.S. Air Force's final report on Sparrow's shoot in 1967, has been a continuing problem with the AWG-10. Okay, I'm going to have to read up on that. So there was a report. Basically, the radar outputs from planes in the same flight could interfere with the ability of the missile to target, is what that sounds like. There is an urgent need for better missile launch zone indications in the F-4 cockpit. The present analog computers in the Arrow 1A and AWG-10 cannot be properly mechanized for this task. More data are required on maximum and minimum range envelopes for the AIM-7F/E2 and the AIM-9D, for both maneuvering and non-maneuvering targets, to present a complete spectrum of launch range parameters at launch intervals from sea level to 45,000 feet at 5-foot intervals. Wow. So they basically said, give me a full spreadsheet of where I can launch my missiles and where I can't, by altitude, speed, and everything else. Fighter pilots, particularly those flying the F-4, have been forced to fight in Southeast Asian heads-up environment with heads-down cockpit displays. Attack is needed on human engineering problems in both the F-4 and F-8 fighter aircraft. Continuing effort is needed to reduce the commit time for the Sparrow missile from its present value of about 5 point... Oh, Commissary, there it is! There it is! Your 1.4 second note. For the Sparrow missile from its present value of about 5.2 seconds, 3.8 seconds radar settling and missile control system / missile interface functions, plus 1.4 seconds launch delay from trigger squeeze. The complexity and unreliability resulting from the adaptation of a rail-launched missile AIM-7 to an ejection launcher is the primary contributor to the 25% misfire rate experienced in combat firings. Hold up, rereading that. Unreliability resulting from the adaptation of a rail-launched missile to an ejection launcher. I was talking about the delay in launch or from targeting, although I think I might have misinterpreted that. Let's see. Reduce the continuing effort is needed to reduce the commit time for the Sparrow missile from its present value of about 5.2 seconds, 3.8 seconds radar settling and missile control system / missile interface functions, plus 1.4 seconds launch delay from trigger squeeze. That's what I thought of. Ejection launch like an SM-6? No, because on the F-4, the Sparrow missiles are embedded in the fuselage. So it has to be ejected from the fuselage in order to be launched. But the missile was designed to be launched from a rail. And the basically adapting the missile to work that way is apparently the contributing factor for 25% of the misfires that are being noted in this report. So literally a quarter of all of the misfires is just because they took a missile and put it in the plane in a way that it was never supposed to be. All right. Probably explains why they never did that again. With the exception of maybe the F-14. Let's see. A solution for the poor motor fire record of the Sparrow was urgently required. Hard points were defective sometimes. Yes, they were. In addition, or pending solution to the above, all AIM-7Es will be updated to the AIM-7E2 configuration by Naval Air Rework Facilities, commencing in April 1969. 3 or 4 additional minor modifications are required before the AIM-7E2 configuration can be frozen. The AIM-7E to AIM-7E2 kit procedure or procurement schedule should be augmented to permit an increase in the AIM-7E to AIM-7E2 conversion rate. Some savings might be realized by not converting to AIM-7E2s, those AIM-7Es diverted to training firings. Okay, so basically, speed up how many of these missiles are getting upgraded, but set aside the ones that we're going to use for training. Progress with the AIM-7F and 7 contractor development flights at the Naval Missile Center Point Mugu to date indicates several design deficiencies requiring correction before release to production. The AIM-7F represents, however, an important addition to the Sparrow inventory on the basis of performance, maintainability, and reliability. Delay in the production schedule will be required in order to ensure that the AIM-7F will meet its required performance and other goals. The Sidewinder AIM-9D is experiencing breakup problems in the fleet. Action is now underway to solve this problem, appears adequate and of a sufficiently high priority. The AIM-9D seam design should be frozen upon a completion of the SCAMP fuse development and the addition of the Mark 12 alternate canards, both about mid-1969. The proposed next-generation solid-state Sidewinder is needed in the fleet inventory, primarily on the basis of increased reliability. Warhead growth potential is a secondary, albeit important, consideration. With the rate of technological development, what is one bomber or fighter from any sci-fi franchise you could see us be capable of building in the next 80 years? Ooh. You know, this is going to sound really weird, but I went to watch the Buzz Lightyear movie, and there were a couple of designs that seemed very feasible in that movie, in terms of like the various faster than light travel attempts at launch programs. There were a couple of designs that looked like they would make sense. Honestly, maybe the Pelican. Because I tried making my own realistic gun dropship for something else, and the design comes out very, very similar. So I do think a design like the Pelican dropship from Halo is probably the closest thing we could get. I know it's not a bomber or a fighter, but that seems like the most likely product, if I'm being honest. Okay. Let's see. The Sidewinder, yeah, okay. The proposed next-generation solid-state Sidewinder is needed in the fleet inventory primarily on the basis of increased reliability, warhead growth potential. Right, I saw that. Like the Viking from StarCraft 2, at least its air form could be possible in the next 80 years. Maybe. The AIM-9C semi-active radar active homing is providing only marginal fleet capability at present because of performance limitations at altitudes below 10,000 feet, lack of user confidence and interest, and deteriorating logistic support. A decision on the continuing need for the AIM-9C is required. The AIM-9C and AIM-7D, the AIM-7C and AIM-7D are both inferior performers to their successors and are not desired for combat by either the Navy or the Air Force. Wow, so nobody wants that stuff. Launch capabilities for the AIM-7C are disappearing since fleet squadrons have been authorized to remove the wing firing circuit required. A decision on the disposition of AIM-7C and D is needed. Believe Halo is the most likely form of evolution for humanity to go to for space exploration. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't actually gone through the Halo series. Somebody gifted me the Master Chief Collection, and that's on the docket for streams. But actually understanding the lore of Halo, I don't know it yet. Okay, recommendations. CNO and the Naval Material Command assign priority to these programs and efforts which will exploit fully the following avenues to improve in the present air-to-air missile system capabilities and performance. Missile control system performance, aircrew training, AIM-7E and E2 motor fire, concentration and reliability maintainability improvements in the AIM-7 and AIM-9 missiles and the Arrow 1A and AWG-10s. CNO and ComNav Air Syscom determine the point at which the configuration design for the Arrow 1A and AWG-10 can be frozen and implement the corresponding program actions. When was this document declassified? That's a good question. When was the Ault report declassified? Let's Google that real quick. When was the U.S. Navy Ault report classified? Well, I got it from the U.S. Navy's from the U.S. Naval History and Heritage Command website. Let's see. This stuff was published Friday, April the 23rd in 2021. Oh boy. It's caught the... That follow alert scared the crap out of me. Thank you for following, though, Tmonger306. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. All right, for your first stream, what did you walk into? We are reviewing the Ault report of 1968 with the U.S. Navy analyzing the results of their lack of missile capabilities and missile ineffectiveness in the Vietnam War. So for almost over 60 years, it was classified. At least, assuming that was, it could have been? Not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. Because, hold up, I don't believe that. Something about that doesn't make sense. When was... That's when it was published to that website that I got it from. This Navy Ault report declassified. I do want to know. Nope, that's just the report document itself. 1969 Ault report declassified 23 March in the year 2000. There it is. Do a lot of water, stays the ballistic weapons, finds out how to make 100% pure metals when forging, creates wormholes to go FTL. Okay. So it was classified up until... It was classified for 35 years, which feels about more accurate. Makes sense they waited till the USSR kicked the bucket? Yeah. But yes, because, possibly? I'm not sure. It was on a Naval Institute webpage that I found that information. But yes, T-Monger, because we're working on several videos for the F-4 Phantom, and the upcoming video is going to cover the deficiencies of U.S. military action in Vietnam, especially with the F-4, I am going through the Ault report here with chat and just reading it to, we're just reading through it to see just kind of what information is going to be included, because I wanted to do this, and frankly, I figured that a bunch of my viewers would probably find this interesting. So I said, hey, heck it, we'll do it. And it's been a good time. But yeah, and welcome in. Glad to have you here. Feel AIM 70 wasn't in use 35 years after. There's a document that says this sucks. After this, yeah, no, it wasn't. But the, they probably had more advanced versions of the AIM 7 by that point, but I do believe it had troubles throughout its entire service life. Let's see, where was I? Lost track. Do you think it'd be funny if we give Ukrainians the A-10 and tell them to have fun? Well, the supply convoy that they were up against before, I don't think that's there anymore. And with the amount of missile warfare going on, I think using the A-10 in that conflict would prove to be more complicated. Draggy, I just read that sentence, and I'm not repeating that out loud on my stream. Okay. Wow. All right, that happened. Let's see. Let's see. A10 is sad if the Iglis is high. Yeah. Let's see. ComNav Air Syscom and ComNav Air PAC support the completion of the F4B4J shoehorn compatibility investigations at Navmisen Point Mugu. ComNav Air Syscom expedite the inclusion of the M9D seam provisions in the F8 and F4. Fleet and type commanders verify current doctrine and procedures for assuring that fighter tactical formations do not include 2 or more aircraft with CW transmitters separated by less than 1 megacycle or otherwise within certain frequency increments, which could cause premature AIM-7 fusing or erroneous missile guidance signals. Okay. A-10 is very much the evolution of the magnificent Jug it was named after. Oh, yeah. And P-47 is my favorite plane ever. I'd assume a lot of other people just use the Sidewinder and DCS's F-14. Ooh. Where was it? Press 2, early conclusion on the heads-up range meter evaluation in the VX4 and install such a meter complemented possibly by an envelope indicator in all F4 and F8 aircraft. Survivable plane of World War II in a crash landing? Yep. Absolutely. Thing was a beast. Fund the NavMiss Endpoint Muga Raytheon and Naval Warfare Center China Lake to produce complete performance envelopes for the AIM-7E and AIM-9D missiles. Review the recommendations of the review team for heads-up cockpit displays for the F4 and F8 and implement as early as practicable. In concert with the three principal contractors involved, prosecute a vigorous program to reduce the commit time for the AIM-7 and to provide for motor fire throughout the umbilical. Air Force said no to what would have been the greatest fighter ever seen, a fighter version of the SR-72, or were you talking about the 71? Review the projected AIM-70 to AIM-72 conversion schedule and adjust kit procurements and NARF plans as required. You're going to be a Klondike camp for the next. You're going to be a Klondike for the next stream, so you won't be able to make it. It's unfortunate, but don't worry. I stream every week. I stream every week. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern and Friday, Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So usually for about 3 hours apiece. World War II aircraft is a P-59, which actually is the first operational jet fighter. I mean, 262 is the first one used in combat. No, the P-59 did come out ahead of the Meteor. It was produced in 1951. No, sorry, yeah, 1941, not 51. That's 10 years later. But I don't think it entered mass service. What did it actually enter operational service? Or is it just one of the first jet fighters that was made? Oh. Ow. See, delay the AIM-7F production to assure the AIM-7F performance is satisfactory. P-59 was solely a prototype? I'm not entirely sure. Make any contractual adjustments to, or take such other actions required to complete the necessary R&D. Substitute a buy of the AIM-7E2s on at least a 1-for-1 basis until the AIM-7F is ready. And Naval Warfare Station China Lake prosecute to early conclusion the investigation of the AIM-9D breakup problem. Support the solid-state Sidewinder development. Re-examine the requirement for AIM-9C and either provide necessary support or drop from the inventory. Fix it or kick it. Make an early determination on the disposition of the AIM-7Cs and D still in inventory. Expenditure for training only is recommended. Press forward with the development of a digital computer for the AWG-10 in order to provide better missile envelope indications in the F-4J. Facilitate training for dual mission commitments and provide a wide range of technical and tactical flexibility impossible in the present analog systems. The German Salamander was actually the first jet fighter, as the original concept prototype was flown in 1936, but militarization caused it to not be completed until 1945. Okay. And I believe the Germans actually built the first jet aircraft as well, even though the Brits came out with the first jet engine. Analysis of Sparrow. Oh, wait, no, hold up. ComNav Air Syscom continue exploratory and advanced development programs directed the evolution of a new designed dogfight missile. U.S. Air Force's efforts in this area should be closely monitored. Hey, boy. All right. Oh, oh, wow, there's a lot of stuff. Hold up, guys, chill. All right. Okay. Never chose them because the P-51 was outperforming and they had no way to mature the engines yet. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, I am going to real quick run upstairs. I'm going to check for food. I'm going to take a breather. Because, oh boy, I can feel my voice collapsing on itself like a black hole. Catch you later. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna grab me yeah, I'm gonna throw on an ad break and I'll be right back, and I'll probably just sit down and chat and eat and just relax for a bit because my voice needs some recovery. There it is. Almost swapped to the wrong screen. All right, we're back. I have food, and yeah, I'm gonna We're just gonna kind of sit here and chill for a bit. Oh, I need to eat. So please forgive any eating sounds. Because yes, the om-nomming requires return at the perfect time. Lol. Yeah. Ooh. I got butter chicken over rice. This is nice. Algorithmic boosto. So the one of the metrics that Twitch pays attention to is the number of channel point redeems. Like, if people use a lot of channel points, it implies it's a measure of engagement. And so the algorithmic boosto is just a thing that people can do to be like, hi. Like, it's just like a little thing they can use to just pop it up. I'm thinking of changing it to a daily check-in just so it makes more sense. I keep forgetting to do that, though. Got back from eating you with ham, mashed potatoes, and gravy. That sounds tasty. But don't get me wrong. I will take this butter chicken. All right. Ooh. Yes, thank you for the algorithmic boost, Ryan Wolf. I appreciate it. And from you as well, Myth. I appreciate it. Thank you for the algorithmic boost. I also like being able to say words in a funny voice. Dude, my voice is shot. I've been reading this thing and I need to learn to regulate my volume because I've been reading this thing at like max output for over 2.5 hours. Good Lord. Oh. You know, actually, what are you guys' favorite things to eat while we're sitting here talking about food? What's your guys' favorite things to eat? My voice sounds real strained. Yeah, I've been steak. Ooh, very good. Yeah, no. I'm very loud by default. And I probably need to work on like toning down the voice enough to where it like retains itself for longer. I think this is also the first stream I've done where I have basically found something where I would talk the entire time. Normally there's a lot of gameplay involved, and so I'm not using my voice as much as I am today. So today I am kind of pushing my limits and seeing what I'm capable of and doing some more experimenting. And this is definitely, this is going to be another item of note for the the book of slice lessons. Scampi is good. KFC chicken, nothing wrong with KFC chicken. I will have that. And then fried catfish. Oh, ooh, going spicy with this one. I think mine is buffalo wings, especially with Tabasco. Literally spicy. Community events in some games. War Thunder Wednesdays, I have community battles. I will basically do my own thing for about 2 hours in the beginning. And then about 2 hours afterwards, I'll open up the queue to viewers and guildmates. So basically people can jump in the queue and then I just rotate people through games and we just play battles in War Thunder. So yes, community, playing with the community, playing with viewers, something we've been doing in War Thunder for past 2 months, and I like it. Although it only recently reached the level where it only recently reached the level where we needed a queue for it. Fried catfish. Oh, wait, no, we did the one. Orange chicken is a very solid choice. Oh, you were so correct. You are base for that one, sir. Oh boy, homegrown Southern guy. We like our food spicy. Oh, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Especially if it's Cajun cooking. Oh. Especially if it's Cajun. All right. Orange chicken is orange chicken is a dish from Asian cuisine. I believe. Actually, I don't know. Hold up. What culture is orange chicken from? Orange chicken is a Chinese American. No, hold up. That's the AI overview. Don't trust that. Dish may have originally come from the tangerine chicken dish from Hunan, China. In Chinese, this dish is known as something I can't pronounce. Literally dried citrus peel chicken, referring to dried orange or tangerine peel. Originating in 1987. Huh. Don't know how to best describe it. Just go to the local Chinese buffet to get it. Yeah, honestly, very true. It's like the perfect way. AI gave you M41 info when you searched the T42. Yep. Also, if you're feeling behind on the streams, make sure to refresh your browsers periodically. That can decrease the latency, which seems to build up over time. Oh. Yep. That can help. Today is a good day. Talk about Cajun, captain from Louisiana, arguing the better LA. Oh no, T-Monger, the minute you said you're a homegrown Southern guy and you like our food spicy, Cajun was the first thing that came to mind. Because I've met a few Cajun people, I've tried a few Cajun dishes, I know. Cajun cooking throws all the spices in there and hits you with it like a freight train. It's nice. Cajun is based, absolutely. Only real spice you had to food is Tabasco, Chipotle. Oh my dude, you're missing out. Add in some paprika, some chili pepper, maybe some smoked chili pepper. Or chili powder, sorry. Some garlic powder would probably help. Onion powder as well. Salt, pepper. If you're really feeling fancy or more on the Asian theme side, throw in some turmeric, some curry powder is an assembly of others. Turmeric, cardamom. No, not cardamom. Coriander, that's what I'm thinking of. Good lord. Personally, you love to add Freddy's seasoning. Ooh. But yeah, spices really are like everything in making a dish. Dude, if you make meat with a honey glaze on it, Since I'm into planes, I might like the nuclear. Oh, Nuclear Option. Is that a video game? I can write it down. Okay. I have it written. I've written that down. To give you the idea. Fair enough. All right. honey glazed ham. Oh yeah, honey glazed ham. So my dad always prepares something for Christmas time for a ham, which is he puts honey on there, he puts mustard on there as the part of the glaze, and like he glazes that on there with in the oven. And they like coat down the entire outer coat, like the entire skin of this ham with 100 good lord, mustard and honey. I mix those two up and a couple other spices. It's great. Cosmeteer, it's a 2D spaceship builder game. We'll see. I'm not trying not to pick up too many games at the moment because I'm worried about money. But for the time being, yeah, I will. I can put those. I can put those down. And yeah, let's see. Cosmoteer. Oh boy. Cosmoteer. It's an option. It's definitely an option. Oh man. Orange juice in our toaster with the ham, which gives it a great tarty flavor. Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. No, cooking is really neat. Cooking is really cool to like experiment with. There's a lot of different options. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I think we're gonna have to finish the alt report another day because I'm thinking of swapping to a video game so we can keep playing a little bit because I like hanging out here. But my voice is not built. I can feel it settling and it's going more and more and more. So I think continuing the alt report is gonna have to wait for my voice to recover a bit. Learning lots of ideas for once you're out of school. Yeah. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to swap over the chatting screen for now. We are going to remember that we left off at page 38. Page 31 in the document, page 31 in the all report, 38 in the thing itself. And we're going to pull up Steam. And in high school, so close to freedom? Yep. Very close to freedom. Hey, thank you for the follow, MLG Lion Knight. I appreciate it. My alert box is muted in here as well. What the hell am I doing with all my stuff? I swear to God. But thank you. The alert was apparently muted for some stupid reason. But yes. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you stopping by. I'm going to pull out some Space Engineers, I think, because right now I think that's about all my voice can handle. I will go ahead and update the stream info real quick. Later. Done. First mining rover in SC. Do you have any tips or suggestions? Okay. Right. What am I doing? What happened to Stellaris? Oh, right. Crap. Shit. Yeah, I was gonna do Stellaris today as well, but I did the alt report instead. Hold up, Bell. You're right. Let's we'll do Stellaris instead. Oh, I gotta install it. I'll install it. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead and I'll hop into a studio. Apparently, I have to reinstall the game because I never reinstalled it after I changed hard drives. Oh, personally got 1.5 years left in high school and ready for the try for the Air Force. Do it. Do it. Chuckle nuts. You can't tell me that now after I start loading the game, you bastard. Well, that's actually no. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to do it because I want to. If I'm gonna do Stellaris, I do want to do it with Tribal because I told him I was going to invite him to the game. So yeah, we're gonna do Space Engineers because I would rather wait for Tribal to come along so we can bring him in for a Stellaris match. However, if you would like to join a VC, I will be jumping into a voice chat. Yeah, fighter pilot, but I got glasses. You can get a waiver for those. You can get a waiver for glasses, and the reason I know that is because I also wanted to be a fighter pilot, and I also have glasses. So, yes, that is an option for you. Health conditions are arguably bigger conditions. Those tips you would ask about. Right, crap, sorry. First mining rover. I'm going to real quick hop into a private world, and I'm going to load up a few mining rovers for you to look at so I can use those as bases for the explanation. I'm gonna fly a C-130. To be perfectly honest, I don't usually do a whole lot of mining rovers because, yeah, it also probably depends on the severity of your blindness. Where is it? What was I doing? Right, I need my gaming screen. But yes, I'm going to pull up some rovers and we're going to look over some bases. I know I don't normally do mining rovers, so my advice probably isn't going to be ideal. Oh, I didn't even have to change the category. It was already set from last time. Yay. Nope, damn it, wrong screen. Bastard. Okay. So, let's see. So there are a couple of different concepts you could do. Oh crap, I forgot. But ideally, are you building a large grid or a small grid rover? Because, okay, no, these are all Steam stuff. So right now, oh god, right, I forgot how freaking tall that thing was. This is something that one of my friends made. Good lord. Right, this is his mining rover. Oh no. Never mind. Getting rid of that. Too tall for me to actually drop in appropriately, so we're not doing that. Okay. Small grid is gonna be tricky. Let me see. You would love to fly an F-15? Crimson, you and me are on the same wavelength. You and me are on the same wavelength. All right. Mobile processing unit. Model D. So this is, if I ever go mining with a rover, this is my mainstay grid, primarily because small grids cannot reach far enough into the ground for a, oh, whoops. Primarily because small grids cannot reach far enough into the ground to reach the deeper deposits like magnesium and cobalt. You can get many of those items with you can get many of the ores you want with a small grid for like iron and nickel. Horsepower and gunpowder, yep. But because of the limitations of the amount of pistons you can really safely stick on a grid, I generally prefer to use the large grid system. Granted, this one has a lot of drills than is normally allowed. 1 or 2 drills for a super early game. Okay. Yeah. Super early game. Yeah. Okay, I know I have something in here. And this is a blueprint I sneaked from somebody else. But basically the way it was done, it would have like drills on the front of like a rotor hinge on the side that it would like rotate up and down, so that way you could rotate it into the ground to dig yourself in. But then the hard part that I discovered in my experience is being able to tune your progress enough to where you can get out. I gotta scroll through a lot because I'm not sure where it went. Where did I put it? B-52. Oh yeah, buff is forever. Oh, here's something. So this is more of a welding grid, but the concept in practice should be relatively similar / consistent. This one is because it was meant for a welder, but you would want a concept similar to something like this on the front, where you have like a hinge or rotor or something for like drilling into the ground as you proceed, because you can plunge mine a little bit, but if you also only just need to pick up stone for like early game, then you could have something like this where the drills are just on the back and they just drag behind you as you pull forwards, and then just scrape stuff off the ground, and you could do things that way. So if you're looking at just early game stuff to just pick up extra material, I would just honestly not even like a hinge, just have them like where is it? No. Where is it? Where are you? Balls. Feel incredibly sluggish and I don't like it. Pretty much just drop it on the back like here, and then just have it like scrape along the ground. Right, I can't mount that there because of bullshit. But yeah, you'd probably want it somewhere like here so you could just dip it into the ground and then just scrape it along behind you. And it'll just auto pick up stone. Alternatively, you could do something fancier and stick it on a hinge here and just drop it in. The guy who's making a VR controlled mech in SE. Oh god, what? Why? No, I have not. What do you mean? I need an elaboration there. Real quick, float over to the two that removed Climb with the new V-Rage 3 game engine. It's possible. I'm not entirely sure. There will probably be other things that are there. Join me. Right. I'm joining the server. The Adventurers Guild has its own server, and I'm joining on, so I'm just covering up the screen so we don't give away things like password and all that jazz, the usual. It will. Keen said it themselves. Okay. Hey, Church. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just checking. We just went through the, we just spent the last 3 hours going through the Ault report of the U.S. Navy, where they analyzed their missile performance and all the factors influencing it in the Vietnam War, and basically contributing to their missile performance being complete and utter dog shit. And we did not finish it because my voice is now shot as a result of reading at maximum energy for a while. You just made someone threaten you with... What? Oh, no. I'm not even sure I want to know. I'm not sure that's something I'm not sure that's something that is a conversation that can occur within Twitch TOS. Okay, nope. I'm deleting that message. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Be careful with that on Twitch. Yeah. 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 Definitely do not encourage starting fights, but say boomstick instead. Yeah. Then it becomes funny. All right. Resport on board here, because this is a snow crawler, and we need to go out and scrap some wreckages. We set up some nice things yesterday. Oh, you're kidding. What? Give me just a moment. There was supposed to be something there. Where is my item? No, that didn't clang because this was a static emplacement. Oh, it was powered. It had a wind turbine, a beacon, and a name. All right. So now we are asking questions. Because that was a lot of material that went out the door. What the fuck? Okay. That's... I don't like that at all. Great ash from the army of darkness once said to a castle of medieval peasants. You see this? This is my boomstick holding a Remington. This is a community SE server, yes. You have to be at level 5 in the adventure system. So we have an XP leveling system, just a means of letting people know that we can trust you. To prevent people from coming in just grief and shit. But yeah, we have a community server. But that leveling system is pretty much the only prerequisite to entry. And it's pretty easy to get to the level required. Hold on. Nope. All of the materials that were in there are in fact gone, so it was deleted. It wasn't just... Yeah, I did. I see it. I saw. But I will probably do that later. That's... what the fuck? What? Okay, I'm gonna real quick hop out of the server and go back to my private world. How much you talk, the level system on Discord? Yeah. To talk, interact, post, you know, being active. Freedom Seed Launcher. Okay, load game, yes. There it is. Let's see, all right, here's my defense platform. Nope, that's the antenna, not the beacon. My bad. I need this. All right, cool. Turn off the symmetry here. We don't need that. I'm going to add this. I'm basically just reconstructing it so that so that when I'm cleared to, I can just put it back. Because the first thing the admin's going to ask when they say, okay, did you have a blueprint of it? I'm going to be like, yes. And then it will clear me to use my god powers to put it back. And then the gray. And then we'll put the wind turbine there. All right. So that's kind of confusing as hell. That should not have happened. All right, and we will go ahead and drop the ammunition that I had in there before. I think I put in 40 rounds of artillery. And what is a Gatling ammo box? I put in 100. No, I think I put in 75. No, no, I think it was... All right. Perfect. Because that was a lot of materials that got put into that defense grid for it to be just deleted. I play War Thunder. Have I seen Northern? Yep. You want to know what's funny? I can see some of the most recent, some of the top when I go into my my YouTube panel, I can see like some of the people who follow me. And one day I just kind of looked down and I saw Northern's name there and I was like, what? So he finds something I have to offer interesting and I'm not sure what. Let's see. Warning. You are within approaching threat range. Who else is there that's interesting? I don't look. I don't want to go. I don't think it's of any value or of any importance to me to try and go clout chasing over who's done what. Over, you know, who's in my following. Like, let's see, if I notice it and I see it, cool. If not, whoop-de-doo. It's just kind of like, eh. You were talking about earlier. Yep. All right. So I have fixed that. We're going to go back out to main menu. And then we'll go to the server. Favorites, this one. Definitely based business plan. Yeah. Lockmart. Boom. Excellent. Yes. All right. I know who we're gonna raid into when we're done. We're gonna try and go to about 9:30 EST, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna raid into Palm Stream. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Now, I need good tools. I need better tools. Don't be a tool, though. Never a good idea. What's my favorite car? Just got NSF and F. Oh, you just got on NFS Heat. Is it a video game? Recommend you place the initial blocks. With a rover, always start with the core axles. Start with outlining where you want the wheels to go and build around that. Or have a wheelbase pattern made, because That's kind of determine the shape and size of your entire vehicle as well as the constraints of it. So for a Rover, start with the core line of an axle. So like start with the central like the central line for a chassis, and then you have the crossbars for the actual wheel axles. Need for Speed Heat. Okay. My favorite car. Ooh. I have 2 Challengers. The first one is well, the original first favorite car I ever had was the Camaro, the Chevy Camaro, just because I liked the way it looked. And I originally actually hated the company that made my the new favorite, because I used to think, because it was Dodge, and I thought that I used to feel like, based on experience and the number of people I'd seen driving them, I was very convinced that anybody who drove a Dodge was an asshole. I was very convinced that anybody who drove a Dodge was an ass. And then I was like, after I just took a look at the driving, so their way those people drive and the way I drive, and I was like, wait a minute, so am I. It's perfect for me. So now at some point I want a Challenger. Brain. Here we go. Ironic, because you want a Challenger too, among other cars. Yep. Something about driving a tank that can go 160 miles an hour. Favorite dream car is the 67 Camaro Z28. Ooh. Oldie but a goodie. I will go ahead and stick. Sure, why not? All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. Boo. All right, let's get the groups, grinders. So we are currently, if you guys are not familiar with the server, we are currently on a season where we rely on getting scraps and salvage to make things happen. So I'm going to go ahead and detach this giant Rover, and I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to leave. We're going to let the Rover roll off the deck. Nope. 70s Charger because of the General Lee, and then the 82 Trans Am Firebird. Ooh. Challenger, the car that can outrun a helicopter. I've also seen that short. Hold up. What is the, I remember I keep this thing fine-tuned for the height that my door can reach. All right, hold up. Yeah, that'll do. Salvage, yep. Time to go find some salvage in my lightly protected base scrapping grid. Your favorite car? Do you would love to own a Porsche 911 GT3 RS? Porsche does make very nice looking cars. Gotta love Castle. Is that, are you referring to the TV show Castle? All right. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Oh. Captain Jack. Okay. Honestly, now I want more butter chicken with rice because that stuff was good as fuck. Instead, we were just going to charge around a planet in a veritable aircraft carrier meant for picking up salvage. He's the salvage guy of their crew. He made a grinder pit in one of Jack's series. Okay. I just realized the sound wasn't on. Turn to say that tossing the jumbo of the T-26 E3 is the best move ever. Actual heavy. First things that happened when you popped into the hangar with somebody ricocheted a shot at me, after which you rotated your turret. Malicious intent blew him up. Yep, that's how it goes. Transformers Rise of the Beast. They use a Porsche 911 for Mirage's vehicle form, and the movie opens with scenes showing the Twin Towers. Huh. So they started filming it before 9/11? I wonder, who are we gonna find? War Thunder is iffy sometimes with games from anybody? Yeah. It's based on the time before 9/11. Oh, okay. You know, it's also possible setting still might help some of the wreckages spawn. We are far enough away from base to encourage those spawns, but I'm gonna go run upstairs. I'm gonna hit the bathroom and then grab me some more butter chicken because this stuff good. So I will be right back. I'm gonna throw some ads up and then we will kick back and scrap. All right. Now the model is done yeeting itself. Okay. I have replacement food. We appear to have salvage on the horizon, which is perfect. Means we're gonna go eat and scrap, eat and scrap. Well, I'm gonna eat and my vehicle's gonna eat. We're gonna do both. Repeat butter chicken? Yes. This is good. Time to become Space Lockheed Martin? Yes. Or as people used to say when I was in an old group I was in Star Citizen, Space Roomba. Connector and entrance point on top. As in, like, via a flying ship? We could do that, but normally I play alone. Normally I operate alone. Vanguard outpost, what the hell? Curious. Normally I play alone, so it kind of defeats the point of that idea. Which is good, but we, you know, the funny thing is, we actually do have sort of a ferry point in the back of this vehicle. That spot right there, the signals are kind of in the way, but that little thing right there in the back is actually a place where you can dock a supply truck that you can also use for things like raiding salvage. And we ended up using it actually last night to we ended up using it last night to refill this thing with materials while we had temporarily converted the grinder head into a welder head. The scale is ridiculous, yeah, but yeah. So so that's got a back spot. It was originally just empty space, and then I was like, you know, I could use this for something, so I turned it into a docking port for something useful. So now we're going to go ahead and roll up on this thing. I'm going to grab one of the turrets and make sure, as usual, the priority is set to weapons. I'm going to get on one of these turrets, and I'm just going to set you to show in terminal so I can see you. And control this. Oh, that's an artillery turret. I am not getting too close to, I'm not getting within 2K of that. Okay. Oh, sugar bits. That's gonna be the ammunition jackpot. Just a little bit. Safe margin. Cool. Now, I have no beacon on this thing. So let's see. Bring one of these. The helicarrier was real. Which branch would own it? Navy or Air Force? Probably Air Force because it flies. My idea is, but once your attempt at building a brain stops working, I used to be like that, and it was just, yeah. Trade out, so you had to Air Force it flies? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. My brain, sometimes I just have hiccups, and I need to stop. Sometimes I continue. But for a while, like, unfortunately, I need a challenge. If I go into a server arena and I don't have a challenge, then I will have trouble. Then I will have trouble coming up with ideas. I don't have bottles in this thing, do I? With brain stops? Go look at a design that go just look around at like designs. If you find something you like, go ahead and just like pull an element from that. Be like, I like this thing, and then try to build something around that thing. Oh man, I don't have any same design philosophy as 1960s jet designers. Make flying brick. Yeah. There goes nothing. It's neutral to me, but I'm not taking any chances. Nope. All right. Oh God! Interior turret shot me when I got too close. So it switches to engage neutrals when you get close. All right. Duly noted. All right. But now I have a plan. I will deal with the interior turret. Once I've done that, why is my dampeners off? Nope. Goodbye. No turret for you. Can't hurt me if you don't have any power. Made interior turrets when they aren't yours, of course. Yeah. It is a massive rectangular brick that is like hull with 2 bricks mounted on outriggers, and the vessel serves as a mobile mining barge. Ooh. Oh. Yep. Thank you. I need your ammunition, sir. Now, where's my body? Thank you. Boom. I will get that in a moment as soon as I am done handling this thing. Actually built a small large grid ship. You named it the Retribution, but a metric memory serves correctly, doesn't have any turrets. Oh God. Almost forgot about the gun. Hello. It's trying. It's trying, chat, but we're below it. Too bad. Mine. Do you have any ammunition? No, you do not, you bitch. All right, we're going to steal over the assault cannon as well, because I don't want that shooting my stuff. We're just gonna hack it. That way I can bring the You're gonna get the crazed voice of the evil midnight bomber who bombs at midnight. That is, yeah, I was, we talked a lot today. What is this, though? I'm kind of curious. Is there, another... Alright, we got everything. Time to cut her down, chat. What's in here? Some gravity components. Nice. Barrel. Ooh, autocannon magazines. What have you got? Uranium. Nice. Not bad. Ooh. Goodies. What's this? Oh, this is an arms trader outpost. Okay. I see. O2H2 generator. Okay. And I've got left is to go ahead and tank the antenna. Did I get that reference? Throw the link in Discord. It's awesome and worth quoting, especially if you can pull off the voice. I don't get the reference, so I will need that. I will need that item. Where's my rover again? It's toward my base, and I died. It's fine. I'm gonna drive back up in that thing anyways. Thank you, Grum. All right, let's drive up. Target neutral is in fact off. Hold up. Let me turn off desktop audio so I don't get DMCA'd in outer space. I think I got it. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. I'm just saying I'm gonna get some scrap. How was that? I'm not entirely sure. Or was that the wrong voice? I have no idea. Just you sounded like grind Minecraft YouTubers from his YouTuber from his Sahara day. What? Evil killer robot. I don't like the cut of your jib. Well, it's the only jib I got, baby. I can't tell if it's working or not. Hermitcraft. All right, I'm gonna drop this here. Grab that. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the ammunition and the gun away because I don't need that anymore. Time to just steal. As in strategically transfer equipment to an alternate location. Steal by scrap. Oh, here we go. Dong. I kind of like the light. Helps me. I'm able to tell where things are. Nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Actual nom. Alright. I'm gonna come around from the side here. Take out the beacon and the signal. Alright. Because I just don't want that there. Ooh. Go and steal some scrap. Easy. Nom nom, and that reminded you of an Axel F. A what now? Oh, is that a broadcast controller? Oh, it is. tank I've ever bothered tarting up with decals. Hermitcraft. I know who Hermit is. Or Hermit? Hermitcraft. Kermit. Soul F was a song in Beverly Hills Cop, I believe. Ooh, yep. Not watch that, I don't think. Boom. I'm going to grab this. And crack-a-lackin'. Whoop. Crazy Frog did do a version of it. Ah, okay. Also, I do apologize if I'm not giving as much of a response as normal. I spent all of my energy on that alt report, and I think it shows. Ooh. You get objects and scrap them. Yes. I can do exactly that. That is exactly how this thing works. This is my mobile scrapper. This thing has actually seen combat. It has seen service. It has seen... This thing has fought. This design's seen some stuff. There's places you'd want to pick up by hand? The only thing that I usually go in and do by hand is, you know, cut down the turret so that way I'm not, like, risking damage to the grid because it's not very durable. But, usually no. This thing can pick up everything for me. But... Oh no, there is loot, but it automatically sucks the loot from the cargo containers into the grinders when you grind down their container blocks. So. Oh! Jeez! That went behind my model. You guys couldn't see that. But that block went flying. Oh boy. Ooh, barely shy. Barely shy. Boom. Oh no. Run it off its post. Just come to you? No, I usually come up with most of my own designs. It's usually need driven, but I like to keep things relatively small and compact. This is one of the few, like, this is one of those handfuls of builds where I came at it with a specific intention, and that was, I couldn't tell if I was going to, because this was built specifically for a version, for a server like this that we ran into a previous time, I basically had to come up with something that I could put together even with potentially unavailable resources. And so I built it to be expanded upon throughout its life rather than just be built up fully all at once in order to be operational. And, BRB message didn't send. Whoops. But yeah, being an engineer helps, or having an engineering degree and some measure of experience helps when it comes to actually engineering things. I know how to come up with a solution to a problem. and design it specifically to fit that solution. Mm-hmm. Generally a good idea. Those are all generally good principles for making something. Room for improvement is a big one. I went to make a lamb steak when you started talking about food. Nice. Nope. Thank you. That faction is now hostile to me, which is sad. Such a shame you would consider me an enemy. We could have been such fruitful friends. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. That almost went badly. Great. There's a snowstorm rolling in. Tabletop mech war, at least with the GM, you tinker with mechs to cut weight or increase armor or firepower or whatever. Yep. Yep. You can tinker with things. You really got a say in how it all fits together. And sometimes that can save your butt. All right, backing off. Hello, tasty turret. You are next. That didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would, probably because I already ground down most of it. My bad. All right. Just perfectly in the middle. There it is. The US, damn, you consider me an enemy? We could have built such great weapons together, yeah. And boom. Yeet. Oh. Oh. All right. Alles gut, ja. Unknown signal. Oh, hold up. What are you doing here? You're in my way. Let me fix that. All right. Ooh. Love to do an SE, but aren't really able to do since I don't plan servers often, is take ships and combine them together to create new ships. Took two damaged P-51s and basically welded them together, like the F-82. There we go. But yeah, there are the idea of salvaging like scrap work. Oh, what? The double cockpit P-51? Is that the one with the fuselage on both sides? Like there's one P-51 on one side and another one on the other one? Like, they basically have two separate fuselages with a wing and a stabilizer in the middle. Because that's the one you're talking about? That's the F-82. Yeah, that was actually a different plane. they used parts from the P-51 to create a twin fighter, but all in all, it did require enough different elements to basically make it a different plane. Like, for example, the wing was brand new, I believe. If memory serves. Boom. Boop. Now we take sweet. Grabbed him. And I can't see shit. This blizzard. 82 with the twin Mustang. Yep. There's that. Added to go. Hello. Housekeeping. Just looms out of the darkness like a monster. Hold up. I should probably grind down the turret itself first. Nom nom. Oh no. I broke it. Ran into it too hard. I hate it when that happens. God damn it. Well, there goes my ammunition. Probably should have just grabbed it by hand. I hate the hitboxes on the Gatling turrets. Yeah, for... The F4, ironically, you're not starting the F-16A because they kept coming up with the planes I wanted, like the F-14A, the F-15, AVAP+, F-111, F-111C, F-115C, F-14B, F-15, F-15E. Yeah. I just got to the F-4 Phantom, but I'm probably... So the gameplay videos for War Thunder, the reason I'm kind of hesitating on them is because I'm not really sure how to do a punishment wheel stream with what is currently a basically stock vehicle, which for the moment is my F4E, because I tried doing a couple of streams with the F4C, but I'm not going to be able to turn them into videos because they kind of sucked. There is just no amount of my existing skill level that can make that plane fun to watch. And so the issue then becomes, I got to figure out how to do something else. All right, let's see. Wait, ladder is over here. Open up the helmet. All right, I can't see anything, and I don't like that, so, you do a version of the plane or a different plane that actually functions like you'd want and the world grows brighter. Yeah. Guns only? That's pretty much how it is. I don't need a punishment wheel to stick me to guns only. Now, if I can think of some conditions for it, that'll probably be more ideal. You smoking Ontos? You love those little monsters? Yeah, they can be fun. Why is one of the tags on the stream Tourette's radio? Because I have Tourette's. And I like the idea of treating it like it's a dubstep track that's just broken. Then, see, okay, I'm gonna just need to pause where I'm going for a minute because I want to sit still. So the reason behind the Tourette's radio station is because I didn't want people to, walk in. I wanted to give people something kind of like, something that, so that if people notice the Tourette's, I don't want them to be like, I feel like, just telling people, hey, I have Tourette's, by the way, is just kind of takes the tone of, oh, by the way, I have this thing that may make the experience for you a little weird, but that's your problem. Haha, sorry. I don't like saying it that way. So I wanted to try and sit it down and put it together as a tag or a little concept called the Tourette's radio station to basically make it something that's more welcoming. because it's like, oh, hey, it's something you can enjoy rather than, or something you might find interesting rather than something you might take exception to. Like, I don't like the idea of forcing shit down people's throats. So, and that includes just kind of a, yeah, when I'm talking, it's a lot less present, but if I'm quiet, you can, or more intensely focused, or especially in the middle of a conversation, you can hear the little noises come through that make it very clear there's something going on. Also, bass worldview? Yeah. Exactly. Gotta be the bass master, I guess. Look, if you try to get people to, once you learn /figure it out, he has it, you start to notice, but otherwise he handles it, it's not a big deal. Exactly. Is that why sometimes I just inhale randomly? Yes, that is one of them. They're usually just breathing effects, or just like clicking of the lips or the tongue. There are also more physical ones, but you can't see those because of the VTuber model. Arguably, you know, all things considered, I arguably have a very watered down version of it because I don't like compulsively curse out of nowhere. As many as some Tourette's users do. I say users like it's a skill or a magic spell. What's about tics? Cursing isn't really all that happens, that's just Hollywood. Yeah. But it's one of many things. There's some people that curse, there's some people that will compulsively ask random phrases based on things I've seen. And then there's me, and I'll just make periodic sounds. But yeah, it comes in a couple different shapes. But I just throw it on there as, you know, hey, want to listen to a radio station that's like broken? Frankie 2 times when the Goodfellas had Tourette's? I don't know, maybe. Because he'd say everything twice. I don't know. Funny, because you mentioned your model, which is a question you got. What made me decide to go for a VTuber model as opposed to something else? Primarily just, it's mostly because I want to make sure that I'm not, like, I personally don't care if I'm on the internet or not, but also I don't want to have to worry about my family getting internet exposure they don't need. So it's mostly just for covering up my face. But like, I'm also not worried like horribly if somebody, like, God forbid, doxes me, because my personal preference on last line of defense is punching someone in the teeth, not hiding behind a model. So Draggy. But yeah, my personal preference on last line of defense for not wanting to be messed with is inverting somebody's jaw with my own 2 hands, rather than, and picking up the skills to do that, rather than trying to worry about maintaining an identity. I fully expect that if somebody wants to find their way through my virtual identity, they will. So I think personally it's probably in my better interest to develop the ability to make them regret that decision should they be stupid enough to try. That's just kind of my function. Not seeing any wreckages, so I'm gonna go back to main outpost. We're gonna go ahead and live in the US. You don't got to use your hands. There's also the boomstick option. It varies by state, and while I will admit that I do have the license to carry for mine, it's not. It still gets very picky, and they will. People will often use other laws to turn around and cause problems as a result of using it for defense. There are some states that are weak. But yes, if it was that simple as using the boomstick option, I have every ability to do it. As for how I like my steaks, medium rare. You can solve all problems with a slab of C4. Agreed. They can't set foot on my lawn if I don't have a lawn. Your state recently passed constitutional concealed carry. Nice! Yeah, lucky. That's my thought process. Good. Know a few Marines that like theirs well done. They may or may not have been hazed after that. Yeah, no. I used to like all my beef well done, but eventually at some point I tried medium rare on a steak, and I have not gone back. It would be a fool's errand to do so. All right, the base is coming to view. Oh boy. Kid and the same tried medium rare, never went back. Yep. Medium well. I get my burgers beat medium well because I don't actually expect people to know how to exactly hit medium well on the dot, so it's either medium and juicy or well done, and it was what I'm used to. Someone accidentally made your steak rare once. You learned something that day. Was it that it was good or that you had a food allergy? Jersey just recently allowed civvies to get concealed carry permits. Ooh, wow, nice. Yeah, no, my concealed carry is contained within the permit I have. The license to carry that I have it contains the concealed carry is contained within it. Like consuming flesh, the more it feels like, the better you enjoy. Oh God, no tier is secretly a cannibalist. So you went to blue rare when possible? Ooh. All right, let's see. Perfect. Boom. Wheels off. Dump the grinders. Perfect. I'm gonna raise them a little bit. I'm not trying to press in. Blue rare, I have also not heard of that. All right, else. Oh, shh. It's the wrong one. Excellent. I moved everything to BCC2. Shit. For Pittsburgh, rare named for steel workers who would cook lunch by dropping a steak on a slab of flowing hot steel for a few seconds, flip it, and then eat it. Glowing hot steel. Wow. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of nuts. Actually kind of scary when you think about it. Oh, I didn't mean to I got on the couch. Oh. I need to disassemble all these data pads. Good lord. Weird thing about Jersey is that at 18 you can buy long boomsticks, but you can't buy short handheld boomsticks until you're 21. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, literally metal as fuck. Kind of pushing adulthood later and later. Yeah. You know, adulthood should honestly be earlier. Make people more responsible for their stuff. However, I think we are going to call it here, and we're going to go ahead and raid Tomato Master. Because she is streaming, and she is awesome. So we're going to go say hello to Pom. So, thank you for joining me, everybody, for this long, drawn-out day ranging from talking over the Ault report to building stuff in Space Engineers. We are going to go ahead and jump out to Tomato Master, who is probably just chatting with people right now. You haven't seen Pom before? Oh, you're gonna love her. She's fantastic. She's funny. And, yeah. So we will be back probably Wednesday. I don't think I have any plans for Monday. I might. We'll see. I gotta look. But I'm pretty sure it's just War Thunder Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. Eastern. First thing in the morning. And so, I will see all of you next time. Thank you for stopping by, and let's go say hello.